did. I
Yay.
am invisible. And Annie, can you turn on the other light? You,
I am not kidding y'all. 30 over almost 40 years now in the tech industry, and it's still the number one solution. Have you tried rebooting? It's so silly, but it works.
mm.
Let's see.
I'm gonna preemptively ask for a break around what 10, the 2 hour mark, something like that. So if people need to move around and by people
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Black Dragon Tavern. I'm your host, Dante,
I'm your host, Deacon.
and I'd like to welcome our guests, Sarah and Gryphon. Howdy, y'all. Hope you're doing okay. Glad to have you back
Yeah.
tonight to play Session 7 of Dante's game, Keys to the Kingdom. So if you're tuning in for the first time, if you've never seen Dante's game before, we do this every other Friday from 8 p.m. to midnight Central. Dante's game is a fantasy homebrew RPG that I cooked up with some friends back in Michigan several years ago, several decades ago actually now. And it's based in a fantasy world that is going on 42 or 43 years old this year. I believe it's 42. So where we left off, to bring folks up to speed who are tuning in for the first time, the adventuring party was set out on a quest to go investigate some strange happenings at this ruined tower. This was a former tower of the former king of the continent of Andalusia. And it's rumored that there was an army of the undead patrolling around the grounds of the tower, and the tower being near to a village where there are several friends of Thorin's, one of the adventuring party. They decided, we're going to go check this out and see what's going on. See what these rumors are all about, that people are saying that, the dead are walking and they're armored, and there are strange noises coming from this area and strange lights and whatnot. So they got to the bottom of the whole thing. It turns out that there was a cult that inhabited the tower, worshipping the long dead and desiccated remains of the former king, who had been under house imprisonment in this tower after he was deposed from being accused of crimes against humanity. And one of the byproducts of the adventuring party winding up here in the tower is that they learned that this may not be the case at all, that the king may have been framed. So there's more backstory to it than that. If you want to see that, you can catch up on the VODs that are on our About page, or actually on our homepage here on Twitch. Other than that, thank you for tuning in. Go ahead and feel free to lurk or vibe, and we're going to jump into the game here. So sit back and relax, grab a snack, and let's get going. Okay, y'all, so where you left off is you raided the vault, the treasury, you discovered the king's former treasury, and you discovered the library, and you deciphered the hidden message, the message that was hidden inside of the king's scepter, and you discovered some interesting and very cryptic things that you are still trying to piece together, what they all mean, what they're about, and what they have to do with anything generally. In addition to finding a boatload of wealth, you kept one of the cult members alive, and he's currently chained to the pillar here in the main hall. So now that you've gathered all this information and you've effectively finished up your, hey, Grumpy Potatoes, good evening, thanks for joining. Sparkly things, that's right, they found the shinies. Lots of them.
Oh, we sure did.
So
I
on
may have
that
taken
note,
many of them.
you may have taken many of them, this is true. So on that note, what are you all going to do? You still have one evil cult member living, chained to the pillar.
Indeed.
I think the first kind of obvious step is to just fill our pockets with whatever we can take. There's who knows how much gold there. The other room.
Well, I suppose.
There aren't any wine racks for me to, like, rip up the carpets to, cover the...
Not in this area. No. Most
What is
of
it with you and carpets? Why do you hate carpets?
I don't know.
They're the carpet killer.
Apparently.
Hal the carpet killer. I have like a rap sheet, and it's like also known as Cal the carpet killer. Okay. Anyway,
I've heard of the saying cutting a rug, but that means dancing.
sure does.
But what if someone hid a map to a treasure under a carpet? That's a good question, Grumpy Potatoes. We'd never know unless Cal went in there and cut it up. Okay.
Exactly.
So options. What options do you have here? You obviously are talking about hauling out some of the treasure. You could try to bring one of those chests out. A couple of you could carry it out. Again, I'm going to keep putting this in your face. You still have this surviving prisoner to deal with. However you're going to do that.
Yeah.
There isn't anything really around at this level that would help you transport anything heavy. And like I said, the chest, the gold chests, they weigh each probably, I'd say, to make it easy, and this is where I'm not going to get super crunchy and super nerdy on you, although I could because I've got all the tables. I'd say they weigh about 100 pounds apiece. So it'd probably take...
What did he say that the gold coins were based on again? Like pounds, like British pound?
Size-wise, roughly about the size of a pound UK, pound sterling. So I mean, the way it goes in classic D&D.
What does that mean in terms that someone who's never been to Britain in their life would understand?
He's trying to calculate probably, how many are in there and how much it weighs, but I'm going to try to make it easy. Under OSR, I think under the old school rules, I think there was I want to say 16 coins to a pound or something like that. I'm going to make it really easy. I'm going to be the nice DM. I'm not going to say this chest weighs 300 pounds, although it's probably close to that with the amount of coin that's in each one of them. So I'm going to make it really easy, and I'm going to say each chest is about 100 pounds. That's not reflective, that's not reflective of how much is actually in there. Uh-oh. Got some grinning going on over there by Deacon. What are you trying to figure out?
I was kind of hoping it would, because with the average pound weighing at about 9.5 grams, with 100 pounds coming into about 45,000 grams, that would be just about 4,700 gold per chest. Bordering closer to 4,800 gold a chest.
Of course you went and ran the math on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do anything else?
I have a suggestion.
No.
I have a suggestion that kind of combines both of our dilemmas here. So if
you suggest using Sucksball as a pack mule, I swear to God.
I was just gonna say, there's 3 of us, and if 2 people can carry one chest, then why can't we use him to help one of us carry another one under the threat of death if he tries anything?
Because it's too easy for him to get away if we do that. Although I do like your thinking.
We could chain him to the chest.
Yeah, think about it like one of those big steel balls around the ankle, like that, except with the chest. And we have him drag it up with him.
I mean,
we go down multiple flights of stairs.
He can lift him. He can drag him up with a suitcase.
Yes, Hassan, you did. You descended multiple flights of stairs.
Yeah, I don't really think that's...
It also doubles as a way from stopping him from running away.
But the thing is, right, so if we have 2 people on one chest, and then Sucks and someone else on another, then we have at least 2 chests. And if we chain him to one of the chests, then he can't run away if he's because even if he's not holding onto the chest, because it's 100 pounds and he is a weak man.
Do we know that?
I mean, he's a spellcaster. He's probably weak. Yeah.
I'm also You're a spellcaster.
Well, he's mainly a spellcaster, so he's nerdy and shit,
Oh I feel like he's a dinosaur.
Do you actually know that, or are you just assuming?
Didn't you say that he looked kind of scrawny when in the initial description of him?
No.
Oh,
No, I just said menacing. I didn't give any sort of like physical description, frame wise or anything like that. But I mean, you could make multiple trips back and forth. It'd take you a while, but there's always that.
that's true. And here I got an idea. We could, because we didn't bring a wagon back with us this time, did we?
You did
No,
not.
I don't think we did. We
Okay.
just went on foot.
So we go back on foot again, right? Then we bring Sucks with us, turn him into the local guard, or alternatively, and this is what I would rather do, we go back, we go back, and we bring him with us, and we get a wagon, and we come back, and we can take all the treasure on the wagon, right? I pretty smart. Take all the chests at once on the wagon. Then, uh, then we go back to Arcadia and turn him into the Order of Light. And also put the chests of gold in my house where they are tax free because they will not be reported. Like Grumpy Potato said, professional dungeon looter and also professional tax fraud.
In game, in case the IRS is
Yeah.
listening.
Just in case the IRS is watching this Twitch stream.
If you are, feel free to send some viewers our way. We could use it.
I've got families that do government work, and I'm going to leave it at that. Okay.
This stream is sponsored by the U.S. government.
Yeah, the U.S. Treasury. Have you invested in Treasury bonds? That's hilarious. That's true. Professional looter knows how to maximize the loot. Okay, so on that note, Thorin has floated a plan. Anybody else want to offer up alternative suggestions?
I mean, I think that sounds like a pretty good plan.
I would rather not interact with anybody like guard-like. So it's.
Well,
I
I'm
feel like
sure
this
you
is the
wouldn't.
best- I feel like this is the best plan because it's not murder. It's not going to the It's not going to the
It's
authorities.
not murder. I'm just saying, if he happens to, I don't know, get hypothermia in the dead of the night in winter, and, natural causes. It was an act of God. You can't
What?
be...
He slipped and fell and
He slipped and fell onto your sword.
On a long sword, yeah, exactly.
he hit his head on a rock. A lot.
Yeah.
Repeatedly, yeah.
Yep.
The rock may or may not have been in Thorin's hands.
Okay,
I
so
don't know why, but I immediately went to, the rock may or may not have been here as well, and I was like, he was? Did he do it?
Dwayne The Rock Johnson makes a cameo in our game so he can kill Sucks Ball. I feel like this should be canon.
less than 5 minutes into the stream and we're already off the rails. Okay. All right. So what are you going to do? So, are you all pretty much in agreement that that sounds like a feasible plan? If so,
Yeah.
are you leaving him here or taking him with you?
Taking him with us.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get going. Get your tokens all set up.
Actually, should we take him with us? I have an idea. Cal, you go. Do your thing with the door where it closes.
Oh, like the
Yeah. Yeah, on the treasury door.
Okay.
And you still have that scepter, right?
I should. I don't think I moved. I don't think I lost it.
Okay. Because I know you said you mentioned
Yeah.
something about one of them, but I wasn't sure about the other one. I assumed it was both that were gonna go bye, but
They are they're with a new owner. Yes.
okay. So you're
I
gonna
can't
close
afford
the.
them anymore. Yeah.
You're gonna close these up.
Treasury.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can figure out an easy way to do this. Yeah. I might just leave those wall segments where they're at.
Yeah.
Just for ease of.
Just so when we come back.
Basically, basically what you're doing is you're sealing the vaults back up. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Alright, then I'm gonna go up to
Does Hassan take his token out of the library?
No, you probably should.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna go up to Sucksball and I am going to tell him, sorry, hope you understand, but this is just for a bit of added safety, and I am going to re-gag him, like tear off a bit of the rug or something, some cloth, and like
his
put it in
robe.
his
He's
mouth
got
through-
robe. He's got robes. Plenty of flowing
tear
robes.
off a bit of his robe, like shove it in his mouth, tie a rope around him. Just gonna make sure that the rope around his waist and the manacles are still tight.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm actually gonna also do it like
He's got a hood. You're gonna pull a hood over his head and tie that
well,
too.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But I
Okay.
was gonna say I'm gonna do it like Crazy 8 style, where hood over the head, and then I'm actually gonna tie another rope around his neck.
Uh-huh.
Not like a noose, but like around his neck and then around the pillar.
Sure.
Just to really kind of keep him in place there, because we don't want him going anywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Oh, but I thought you said you were taking him with you.
no. I realized since we're only going to Fallshire to get a wagon, and then
Got
we're going to Arcadia, maybe not like the, best idea to be carrying like a whole chained up prisoner in with us.
Sure.
Like arousing suspicion and all that. So.
I mean, yeah.
Then
I mean,
again,
worst case
how
scenario,
exactly
he gets.
How then do you plan on bringing him to Arcadia with us without arousing similar suspicions?
Because we'll be turning him in Arcadia. If we bring him to Fallshire, the local guards are going to want to deal with the whole situation, and I don't want the local guards dealing with it. I want to bring him to Arcadia.
All right, fair
Now,
enough.
once he's there,
where you have a little more clout.
yeah,
You have clout with the tavern owner, Lewis Pine, but with the village.
and with the father.
Yeah, but well, I mean that's arguable too because I would say you have clout in the whole village because of what happened 10 years ago. So it's not like
But
you're going to get
arguably more so with them.
right. Sure.
But still, I'd rather
Okay.
just avoid the whole thing, anyways.
Sure. Fair
Hard
enough.
to explain
Plus,
why.
One, it's not like he's getting out of here. He can't do any spells. He can't see anything. He can't talk. He can't move. And if he does get out,
You still have the key ring, right?
yes. But I was gonna say, if he does get out, the door shut, and he doesn't have the key.
Yeah, like we just lock some of the doors behind us.
Yeah, but
I
then
think
that does.
I
still...
think I think if he can get to the point where he has to deal with the locked door, that's not gonna do much. Because at that point, if he's up and being able to move to a door, he can probably do his like.
Yeah, you have no idea what
Is
he's
that again?
capable of because you don't know what Yeah, I'd like to hear that too. What was that little gesture of spellcasting? Okay. But yeah, you don't know what college of magic he practices, so you're not really quite sure.
But he's
of
got
what his
something that has
capabilities.
fire in it. We know that.
Yeah. Yep.
Know
Okay.
that all too well.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so you secure the prisoner a little more to the pillar. You have sealed up the vaults again. And are you just heading out?
Yeah. Going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, you'll force march through the labyrinthine maze of tunnels and whatnot, and corridors and halls, and make your way back up. And because you now know what you're facing and what to avoid as far as pit traps or whatever, you can make double time. You're basically like jogging through this thing trying to get back out. So, whereas before, as I explained, because you were doing half time or quarter time because you were searching for traps, searching for, you got held up by locked doors, it took you probably close to 48 hours to get through. So you're going to be able to get through here in a couple hours, okay? And that's where we will start the adventure. So after you pack as much portable treasure as you can into various backpacks, sacks, and pouches from the treasury, even with the cultist dispatch, this isn't the most welcoming of places to hang around, so you decide what you decided. You're going to go back to Fallshire, get a wagon, and then bring the rest of the loot with you along with the prisoner. So you make your way through the winding corridors, numerous flights of stairs, ascending your way back out of the lower depths of the ruined tower. Despite putting some fire in your step, the trek back is still a long one, with a few areas you need to be wary of on the way out. And, hey, thanks for the follow. I can't see that. I can't see the name. What was that? Did you see that, Deacon, in the chat? It looked like a follow. Was that a sub?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was a GTK
Yes,
sub with Prime? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You're like screwing with my head over here because the text is so small over there.
Games.
Yeah, okay. So I guess as long as I know that it's duplicating over in the chat window, I know, and then I know how to go, oh, thank you, GTK, for the generous Prime subscription. Okay. Enough of the shenanigans. So, you finally reach the first level of the ruined tower, back where you started, and you're greeted by the early rays of a morning sun. And it's still winter, so the air is chilly and crisp, and you see your breath rise in clouds of steam as it escapes your mouths. Your eyes take several moments to adjust to the relative brightness of the sun again as you exit the tower, and you can't quite be sure that your eyes aren't playing tricks on you, as you could swear that you see, assembled before you, what amounts to a small army detachment of heavily mounted cavalry, foot soldiers, and polearms and shields, and several heavily armed wagons with mounted ballistae. And in the center of that impressive sight of polished metal armor and heavily cloaked war steeds is a large royal-looking coach. As your eyes finally adjust to the light of day, your brain realizes there is no punchline to this almost comical display of military might. A figure steps from the coach and greets you with a warm smile. Master Thorin... What's that?
I said, is it Captain Anthill?
Captain Anthill. Master Thorin Gryphon, I presume. Demon hunter, exiled son of a dear friend of Andalusia, and a self-made legendary adventurer. And you must be Hassan Karesh bin Ramad, formerly of Ankara, self-removed from the academy you briefly attended for theology, and self-removed from your family's social political circles and goings about. And lastly, Cal Litsum. I apologize. I assume that's what you're still going by, if I'm not mistaken. Charismatically influential acquirer of alternately allocated assets and objects. I am Emilio Enrique Montenegro, Minister of the Interior to His Royal Majesty King Alessandro Diego Marquez. I'd be pleased if you would join me in my coach, and he gestures with a wide sweeping motion of his arm towards the coach with a firm look that tells you that this is not so much an invitation as a gentle command to step into the coach.
Out of game, I feel real bad about having all those state secrets in my backpack right now.
I I would be a little. I would be squirming too if I were you, but not as much as Cal.
Yeah, this is not good for me. This is not as bad as it gets.
Seeing as we don't really have any other choice, I will. Yeah,
So you acquiesce? Are you
don't really see
inclined?
another
Are you
way.
inclined to acquiesce to the Okay, so
Yes.
all right. Take it you all follow suit. All right.
Yeah.
So you climb into the rather spacious, exquisitely
Real
adorned
quick.
coach.
Where the fuck is my notebook? I can find it later. Can you just remind me of this guy's name once again?
Oh, sure. You need to jot it down. His name is
Yeah.
Emilio
Yeah.
Enrique Montenegro.
Got it.
And he's the minister of the interior for His Royal Majesty King Alessandro Diego Marquez.
Is he
Run that last one by me.
King Alessandro Diego Marquez. Marquez.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
that's the king. It's good to be the
is he
king.
minister?
That's the king.
Is he minister of the interior or minister of the interior? As we found, there's more of them. You know.
Well, let us venture into the next chapter and find out. So you all climb into the rather spacious, exquisitely adorned coach, and Emilio offers each of you fresh hot tea or coffee to help knock off the deep chill that has set in your bones from being underground for several days.
I'll pass.
After some small talk and pleasantries, he turns to you and says, "You must have several questions. I will do my best to answer them, but know that we are here strictly as a matter of security to the sovereign nation of Andalusia and its best interests in what you may or may not have seen here. Can you each tell me why precisely you came here?"
Let me begin, if you don't mind, Emilio. I can tell you why we came here and precisely what we saw. We came here because we had heard reports of a whole bunch of skeletons, the undead, roaming about the area. And, a couple years, out of game, what'd you say, 10 years ago was when the Fall Shy thing happened?
Yes.
I'll tell him,
Well,
about 10 years ago
yeah,
I was here
yeah.
to help out with some trouble, so I figured it's a good village. We'll poke our heads around, see if we can't find out what's up. So, we get here, and it's nothing but a whole bunch of vagrants just painted themselves up to look like skeletons, tried to get a couple coins out of people. However, they did say that they had been suspicious of some odd ongoings in the basement, which is where we had gone down to investigate further.
I see.
Now, down there we found quite a number of things. Various fancy-looking rooms, lots of desks, libraries, many papers, and a treasury. Now, I can't speak for my companions here, but say if we were to take what was in the treasury, I think those libraries might have been empty when we got there.
Interesting. He says, "And Hassan, what brought you here precisely?"
Well, I would, if I may be so bold, I would like to begin by asking you how you have come to know so much about me. As you, I'm sure, are aware, I am a very private man. It does not sit well with me that someone whom I have never met can know so much about my life. A life that I have, for the most part, tried to leave behind.
This is understandable. He says, let us just say it's in the nature of my work to know about the comings and goings of people who are foreign nationals to this country. Um, he says, in your case, your family was of particular importance at one point in time to certain agencies within the government of Andalusia. He says, not so much of a concern as a curiosity. Um, he says, but do not let that concern you. Every nation has its secrets.
Indeed. I I came here for much the same reason as Master Greyflame. I was present when he was first brought brought to attention of the situation here in Fallshire, and I, being of particular interest myself of keeping the peace and protecting those that may need it, I found it a worthy cause to assist Master Greyflame on his journey.
And he just nods very slowly. And he says, and Cal, I can only guess as to why you've decided to join this company of adventurers to join this, but I prefer to hear it from you, if you don't mind.
Well, I'll admit the main reason I decided to join these two was the promise of riches. But I was also intrigued after I had encountered them in a tavern, and they seemingly outwit me. And
We were the first of the drunkards that could beat her in a gamble.
It was not hard.
Not particularly.
I'd like to turn around and give both of them just a death glare.
Okay, so you do. And it's Emilio takes notice of it and sort of chuckles. And he says, okay. He says, so this is all very much in line with what the locals in Fallshire have reported. He says, my apologies. He says, but you must understand this is what I do for His Majesty. It is in our best interest to keep certain matters, shall we say, discreet and best left unspoken of. And then he says, let me pull up my notes again here. So, is that the nature? Is that pretty much all you say? Are you going to mention anything? This is DM to the players. Are you going to mention anything about what you saw, about the state secrets, about,
Well, I mentioned that there were libraries and papers, but what we saw might depend upon what happens with the things in the treasury.
Right. He got
if you
that.
Catch
okay.
my meaning.
Yeah.
If you catch my drift.
Okay. So go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gryphon.
I don't know. I'm trying to think because I know Hassan is certainly less eager at the prospect of lying to this man, but also does recognize the potential danger of telling him what we know.
No one ever said to lie.
You don't have to lie, just don't tell the truth.
That's
Emilio-
what lying is.
Emilio
Well-
finds this whole conversation interesting.
You said DM to player.
I know. I'm just teasing you all. Okay, so I'll give you a moment or two to figure out if you're going to disclose any more, or if you're comfortable with the conversation as it has transpired.
I'll actually ask him.
Well, hold that thought, Thorin, because Cal was starting to say something.
Yeah. I have a feeling that this guy knows a lot. But there's certain pieces that I think he's trying to fill in the blanks on. And we can get some information from him just as easily as he could get information from us. Just a gut feeling. I don't know.
And you do have a point.
I, for one, would like to know how he knew we were here. Other than talking to people in the village, like, that would have had to require prior knowledge of us being in the village and then going out to this place.
Indeed.
It might be better to ask him questions and answer. He's asking us for information, but why shouldn't we ask him for information and sort of have a rapport with this guy? I don't know. Because, yeah, anyway.
You can always take that lead.
Do you guys have any input on that?
Real quick, I was actually just going to ask him if there was anything else that needed to be talked about.
So he says, well, that depends. And it's an excellent question. And it's actually one that I had to pose to each of you. He says, Master Greyflame, you are a known entity.
Yes, I do believe so.
Your lineage is well known to the Crown, and the ties run deep there. And if it's a matter of trust, there's virtually no question about your integrity. He said, although the temptation of wealth can be overwhelming. So
you think we dwarves don't know that?
So he looks at each of you for a long while. Oh, I forgot to mention also that he has like his scribe is in the coach as well. He's just sort of sitting by the side with like a pile of tomes and books and whatnot, and listening to the conversation and taking notes with quill and ink.
Like his stenographer or whatever.
Yeah, his scribe.
Yeah, I was about to say. Is
Yeah.
so stenographer up in here.
So, after you convey your stories to Milo, he nods and clears his throat and says, I appreciate you filling me in on the backstory here. There is another matter we must discuss before I can let you go about your own way. I know the urgency for laying claim to a massive amount of treasure and wealth is tempting, almost overwhelming. But I must show you this. And he looks over to his scribe and nods as the scribe produces a series of ledger-like books and proceeds to open them and hand them to Emilio. Thank you, Dylan, he says. These are fiscal ledgers. These are the fiscal ledgers that document the holdings within the former king's reserve vault within the tower. They are a detailed inventory of all the state wealth collected and stored within, including all official, and he does in air quotes, royal effects, including, but not limited to, coins, gems, objects d'art, royal artifacts that belong to the state as part of the office of king. And he looks over at Cal and says, such as his scepters. And then he says this with a gentle smile as he looks at you, noticing this large protruding sort of like, points on your backpack. In addition to the monetary and physical objects of wealth, we also have documented numerous dossiers, profiles, and other sensitive materials of particular interest to the state that His Royal Highness would prefer to keep undisclosed. His Majesty understands the value.
So.
Indeed, His Majesty understands the value of such knowledge and appreciates both the loyalty and discretion of his subjects, especially those with close ties to the kingdom. And as he says that, he looks directly at you, Thorin. And as such, His Majesty would be honored to bestow upon you the entirety of one of the royal chests within the vault as a token of his generous appreciation for you getting to the bottom of this matter and retaining your absolute silence on the matter of any state secrets you did not see. The value of the chest bestowed upon you is 30,000 gold pieces, to be divided amongst you as you see fit. This represents the absolute final total amount bestowed upon you. No further payments will be issued with respect to this matter, and it will be assumed that upon your acceptance of this chest that you will consider the matter settled, and further will be an agreement with His Majesty that you never saw anything inside of the tower, save for ruin and decay. Any public or private actions, discussions, or disclosures, domestically or otherwise, on the matter of foreign interests not seen in the tower beyond this, the 28th day of February, will be viewed as hostile actions against the state and will suitably be pursued and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law of Andalusia with respect to treason in the crown as punishable by death. Agreed?
Well, I can tell you it's a tempting offer, although I would like to ask, after all we've had to deal with in there, what if 2 chests were to go missing? There was, as I'm sure you were aware, a bit of a cult down there trying to bring back the old king, if you had not been aware of that.
He said, this we were not aware of. It saddens me to see that you would leave this as a bargaining chip rather than disclosing this up front, given the relationship, the nature of the relationship with your family line and the kingdom of Andalusia. He says,
you don't have to see it as merely a bargaining chip. My trust wouldn't be broken one way or the other. But a little extra gold never hurt anybody.
I must protest. Surely, a man of your stature has, with the amount of wealth this man has promised us already, is quite sufficient in my eyes, and I'm sure a man of your standing has little need to line his pockets further with such an illustrious career already behind him. And well, I do defer to you on many things, as your experience in this field is greater than mine. When it comes to matters of morality, I seem to be the better educated party, and I do not believe that this is information that should have been withheld, nor is it information we should seek to leverage for further gain. The presence of the cult is greatly troubling.
See that as you may, but it's been dealt with one way or another.
And I'm sure to the crown.
I'll look back to Amelia and I'll say, if you'd like to send your men down there, see for yourself, you'll find most of them have been dealt with already. However, there is one still left alive and mainly unharmed. If you would like to talk to him.
He says, I see. He says, and Cal, what say you on these matters? What are you of the opinion of?
I don't like any of this.
Now, I'm sure being in the presence of this much legal authority makes someone of your standing quite uncomfortable.
You know, Emilio looks down at the floor to sort of alleviate some of the uncomfortable tension that you're feeling. Out of respect, he diverts his eyes and says, think of it as a confession. Now's the chance to speak up and come clean if there are things being held back. It's a reasonable offer. It's more wealth than the average person will ever see, in their lifetime, accumulated in one fell swoop. He says, but you must understand as well, there are certain things that cannot leave this tower or this coach. Because while they may carry a monetary value, the damage that they could do in turn greatly outweighs the amount of coin one could potentially receive for disclosing this information. And again, let me remind you, I have here before me a dossier of basically he basically shows you this, these books that have lists of things that were collected there. And he explains to you that these were records that were strictly taken like an inventory by the previous king's officials before he was deposed. It was there. This is a reserve vault, and the state's well aware of it. So anything that walks out of here, they're gonna know.
Yeah.
And they know that you all just confess to opening up the vault. So if things do come up missing after you get out of this coach or whatever you're going to do, they're going to come look for you. He makes that pretty clear. Like, this is the time to fess up. We're going to offer you this chest. This is a one-time offer. This is strictly based on trust.
I would like to speak up if nobody else minds. Going once, going twice. I'll look at Emilio and tell him, we did go in there, we saw quite a lot, but as it happens, the more you adventure, the more things you keep on your mind, and the more you tend to forget. So, thinking about it now, 30 does sound fair, but I would like to add one thing. I would like just an explanation on one thing, and we can pretend that none of this was ever seen by us. And if you don't mind, I would like to ask you to ask your scribe to step out of the car, or to step out of the coach. This is, as you put it, a matter of trust between the crowns.
And he looks at you and studies you for a very long time, trying to figure out the next move and what your next move is going to be. And after some time, he nods in agreement, and he looks to Dylan and tilts his head, and Dylan steps out of the coach and closes the door behind him. He says, you have my attention.
I am going to pull out the letter from the king to Thorgrim, and I will hand it over to him. And I will say this was found in there. I'm not sure if this is on your list, but with how detailed it is, I must suspect that it is. We will pretend that we didn't even set foot inside of the tower. All I want is an explanation of this letter. See what you may know about it.
So he opens the letter and he looks at it. He looks at the envelope to whom it's addressed, and then he reads the. He looks at the letter, and he reads through it, and he looks up at you, and he looks back down at the letter, and he looks back up at you, and then he reaches over into a pile of papers, and sifts through them, and pulls out a piece of paper and holds it next to the letter. And he just sort of like lets both of them fall to his lap. And he says, This was not in the official archives. This is a personal This is a personal letter between the former Majesty and your father.
I'm well aware of that.
And he says, I can only guess the subject at hand. And he sort of like pauses for a moment and he says, Hassan and Cal, would you excuse us for a moment? Would you mind stepping out of the coach? If you are opposed to this, I understand. Very well. I'll say it in present company. So he says, Thorin, if I may be so familiar, I can only assume this has to do with that knowledge, that body of work that has long been missing. It doesn't say so within the letter, but given the context and the urgency, and as I mentioned before, it is upon the heads of state to know about such things. We're well aware of your ventures and your work with the Order of Light,
Yes.
and your previous acquisition. It's no secret between the sovereign ruler and the church of what
I
took
would
place.
hope not, if someone like me could go under your radar so easily.
And he said, "Well, this is how we found you. This is to answer your question. This is how we knew you were here. Word travels fast. Our information network happens to travel even faster." He says, and let us just leave it at that. He says, "I can understand your concern." He said, "And I would only ask as a friend from one nation to another, a representative of your father's kingdom. You know," he said, "anything that you found must stay here with regard to the state secrets." He says, "We can overlook the pocketing of minor baubles here and there. Although the scepters are something I must demand that we retain." And he looks over to you, Cal, with this look of like, you know, we know what's up. Like, because it's pretty obvious where your backpack is poking up. Like, they're about that size, and he could probably see inside of one of the flaps, you know, the glint of the gold or what have you. You know, he said these are historical artifacts that must remain possessions of the kingdom of the dynasty. He says the wealth, the chest, he says it's a token. It's more of an agreement of a pact, of a mutual understanding and respect. He said, you know, we didn't need to offer this knowing it was, you know, granted that we could verify that it was a gray flame involved. He said, but this, we know that you've gone through trouble. He said, in fact, like my men are on their way down now to secure things, and they will discover soon enough this cult member you mentioned, who I would imagine has some ties in some shape or form to those who are seeking that great, dark, powerful object that I can only assume was the subject of this letter from the former king to your father.
Yes,
so basically,
that's what I was afraid of.
So you get, you basically get from him that he's telling the truth. It wasn't archived. It was a one-off thing that would have been a personal letter that the king was sending to your father. And, like, there's got to be some give and take, basically.
Yeah. Now, I will ask him, surely, seeing as you know of my past, what I've done with the Order of Light, the areas in which I've helped them, and obviously my ties to the kingdom, and, well, to the kingdom of Veilum, you know that I must ask that you allow me to look into this more. Not only as a matter of security for, well, let's face it, the world, if it is truly what we think it is, but also as a personal matter, one of family.
He says, this I am confident His Majesty would grant virtually unconditionally. I cannot speak 100% for him, but I do know that it is a matter of grave concern for several leaders around the orb. And he says... No, go ahead.
Outer game, real quick. Order of Light now has 2 of the 3?
Yes.
1 of them. Okay.
2 of the 3.
Also, real quick, outer game. After this, we will fill you both in because probably have no fucking clue what's going on right now.
You talked to Sucksball about some of this back down in the throne room.
Yeah.
I took notes. I took notes on the letter when we got it. Like after the stream was done, because I was like, I have ideas.
I don't know where the fuck it is, but I've got it. Oh.
I think I've got it
written down in here.
I legitimately took notes. I have the notebook next to me, and I'm like, I think I know where this is going.
Anyways,
So
continue on with each.
So Emilio tells you this, and he says, he looks at the two of you. He looks at you, Hassan, and he looks at you, Cal, and he strokes his beard, and he just looks at you for like the longest time. It's almost uncomfortable. He's really studying you. It's obvious that this is a person in a position of power who has access to a wealth of information on just about anybody. There may be reasons unbeknownst to you why you're on the government's radar. Either positive, negative, or neutral. It could be a tenuous relationship you had with somebody or connection to somebody. There could be any number of reasons, but you see the gears...
like every box on there.
This is true. But you see the gears turning as he's looking at you, and he says, I ask of you this one thing, only once, and I will disclose to you a piece of knowledge greater than anything you could possibly imagine. But I will only disclose this piece of knowledge with you if I have your blood oath, you swear an oath of fealty to the crown, that you will carry this piece of knowledge with you to your grave, never disclose it to another outside of this coach. You will know through Thorin when it is appropriate to discuss this with third parties. He says, and by swearing your fealty to the crown, you may be called upon. Someday I may call on you. Someday, and that day may never come. I may call on you for a favor. Sorry. Little Don Corleone there.
50th anniversary, you got to do it.
But basically, yeah, it is a 50th anniversary. So basically, yeah, he tells you, you know, like, the only way you're going to get to know this is if you swear your fealty to the crown, and anything that you do with this is in service of the crown. And he says this is a matter of this is a literal matter of the preservation of every form of life on the planet. That's the significance of this piece of information that he is torn but willing to share with you on your oath and pledge to the crown. Do you understand that? So effectively, if you make this oath, you're basically like an operative of the crown. That doesn't give you carte blanche. Doesn't give you carte blanche to go around killing anybody you want in the name of the crown. You have to operate within, you know, the guidelines, such as it were. But it kicks up your status pretty significantly, and that could be a good thing or a bad thing. It can have consequences down the road. But for your characters,
I have a feeling we're not going to be too welcome at the Thieves Guild anytime soon.
well, I mean, you know, it depends on how tight the Thieves Guild network is, intelligence network, and whether or not they would have, you know, they would know. So Emilio looks to the two of you, Cal and Hassan, and says, "What say you?"
I know not what to say. This is... If I may be perfectly honest, this is a situation of a scope I never dreamt would involve me. This is a far greater plan than I ever foresaw in all my dreams, and I do not know what to make of it.
And he nods and he says, "I understand. Fair enough." And you, Cal?
I am currently writing something to someone. Give me a second.
Okay. Now I'm getting all these whispers now. And if you want to message me, if you want to send me a private message and ask it for clarification on anything...
You can just see player whispers, can't you?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Not between each of you. Like, so if you whispered Hassan or you whispered Cal...
Okay.
No, whisper would go right to... Yeah. So
I figured as like DM you had the all-seeing eye, you know.
No. That wouldn't be right.
I thought that's what you were saying, so I was like just about to type out like let's throw a coup, overthrow the GM.
So I'll give you all a collect. He said, he said, I'll give you.
Player's seat.
He says, I'll give you a moment to consider this. I'm going to step out of the coach. So he opens the door and steps out. Stretches. Takes in the brisk cold air. Closes the door behind him. And
Well,
you hear the crunch of his boot steps as he walks off a little ways from the coach.
I will say this is, of course, your decision to make. Nobody can tell you whether or not you want to sign yourself to the crown, but what I will tell you is they have my service. As, like I said, as a matter of security and as a matter of family, they've got my pledge. So, if you choose not to sign, that would be your choice. I won't stop you, but you would not be coming along with me.
It's a big ask. It's a big responsibility.
Wink.
But it also has its perks. Membership has its perks.
You were talking about the like being in service to the crown but not being able to kill. I was like, okay, so we're like James Bond minus the license to kill. Got it.
I mean, up until
Well, he
the
never
movie,
said
he
we
didn't.
can't kill anyone. He just said
That's right. I said
we
it
don't
doesn't
have
give you.
carte blanche to commit murder willingly.
Yeah, it doesn't give you like a murder hobo pass. Like you can't just say in the name of the crown, and just what you stole my money. I mean, you go about like as a normal. You would go about as a normal citizen doing your thing. You're the average citizen who just happens to have this other little secret.
Yeah.
And
also,
when
I will nitpick. Up until one of the later movies, he did not even have a license to kill. He was supposed to be a non-lethal agent.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't watch that much James Bond.
That's the problem.
I've literally never seen a single James Bond movie in my life.
It's a sexist, misogynistic,
That's true, but
tropey story. The character is a real cad, but the premise, the overall story arc, the premise is kind of cool. The idea of this agent that goes on 007 is just Agent 007. It could be anybody. You could drop anybody in there, even though they wrote it to be like a half Scottish, half Welsh character, I think, male. That's part of the controversy nowadays is, nobody wants to cast Bond as a female, or as a person of color, a woman, I should say, or a person of color. And I think that's a bunch of bunk, and they could do it if they wanted to. But anyway, the idea is, Cal, yes, to answer your question. So, again, the way that it sort of works is you're just the average citizen, and as far as everyone knows, you're just you, and you go about your business, and there come times when you're called upon to investigate things or carry out certain acts or whatever, to infiltrate certain organizations, and again, it has its perks because you get exposure to some very lucrative opportunities.
I like those words.
I will say,
string pull.
I will say, whether or not you sign the oath now, this is all just a formality. With all that you know, with all that they know you know, and with the strings that let me remind you that the king can pull, the ruler of the country, the blood oath is more of a formality. They can call you into service whether or not you do this, so they, at this point, will have enough on us that refusing this might not be the best idea.
Considering the opening that he led with for me, I think he knows enough that if I don't say yes, I'm already in jail, if not worse. So,
I mean, let's be real. You were scamming drunkards. You could have been in jail like 3 days ago if we didn't pull you out of the tavern to go. So
I mean, I was
you're
doing
already on you're already on a tightrope here.
Truth is, it's a big country. It's a big continent. You're not even a blip on the radar, but like just the fact that they have the flex to say, at least that's what I assume you're still going by now. It means they know about a little bit about your background somehow or another. So yes, I mean, like, all the signs are there. It's not a threat. Yeah. It's not a La Cosa Nostra sort of like, join us or die. And he's saying now's your opportunity to and it's because of this piece of information, because of this letter, your brains could go into meltdown trying to figure out what it could possibly mean, and you'd still have no clue because of the severity of it. So as a DM to the players, that's sort of just where that's coming from. Okay, so after a time...
don't freak out when he starts speaking like the language of the Great Ones and your brains literally melt from hearing it.
So after some time, you hear the crunch of footsteps approaching the coach door again, and you hear a soft on the coach door, soft knock, and the door opens again, and Emilio steps in, and he's like, "Oof, it's quite brisk out there." He said, "Thank goodness we're going into Marzo, and spring will be right around the corner, so to speak." So, what have we decided?
Well, I can't speak for them, but you've my trust.
He says, "This we appreciate and continue to respect."
I must say, I do not like this situation. I do not like the set of options you have given us. But I am far too sensible a man to go against the might of the entire kingdom, and far too sensible a man to not see when I only have one legitimate option before me.
He says, "Please, Hassan, let us be quite transparent with each other. Do not feel threatened. This is not a threat. This is merely an ask that in order for me to share this piece of information with you, this is what I must, at the very minimum, require of you. You have a choice. You can step out of this carriage, and this conversation never happened. You've been duly compensated as previously negotiated and discussed." Actually, he doesn't say negotiated. He says as previously conveyed. He says how you decide to split that coin is amongst you and your companions, and we can part ways here, and none of this ever happened. He says, but in order to continue this conversation, in order for you to fully understand the gravity of the situation you've accidentally found yourself in, if you're curious enough to know, if you have a desire to pursue this further, then this is what I must ask of you. Let me switch this map too, by the way. I'm just going to put this back out to...
You actually have like a whole bunch of like cavalry and all that shit coming in the map.
I almost did. I almost did. But
so
I was
much
like,
work
no.
to set up though.
We'll just
and
theater.
You have to, like, clear it all off. So.
Yeah, theater of the mind it. But it's nice every once in a while just to be reminded of where you're at. You're no longer in the dungeon down there.
Yeah.
Is the minister guy still talking to Hassan? Or can I, like, step in?
I think he's just looking at him right now.
Okay, better question. Hassan, are you still talking to the minister?
Um, not really sure. That's not stands on the same.
Cal, if Cal wants to say something, yeah, go ahead by all means.
It's just, let's say hypothetically that I found a trinket that's medium sized. Medium sized. And I wanted to keep it, but I'll give you back some of the stuff.
So he sort of chuckles and puts his hand to his head and shakes his head, and he says, "What object is it that you desire?"
Pull out the crown.
I can see, I can understand. He
You
says,
stole the crown.
Wait,
"Yeah, you missed that. You missed that part. That you missed that whole segment where she said, "I take the crown off his head."
Hassan did.
And
okay.
Yeah,
I
and
personally didn't, of course, but I feel like Hassan did.
and the remains of the skeletal remains of the king, the head just sort of fell forward and was like hanging by a flap of leathery like tissue. So
It's shiny. What was I supposed to do?
Emilio just like shakes his head and sort of like tisks, you know. He says, "Retrieve the scepters from your backpack. Leave them here." He says, "And the crown is yours." He says, "In truth, the crown is a symbol of the king, of the king's authority. In this case, carries no value forward because of the current king on the throne." And he says this, at the time this king was deposed, the crown would have been meaningless. It would have been nothing other than a trinket. If it makes you happy, keep it. But the scepters must remain.
I think I'm okay with that. Yeah. I rummaged through my bag, grab out the scepters, and do them. Both of them, unfortunately.
Okay. So then he says, "And as to the opportunity presented before you, have you come to a decision?"
I think I have. Um, I think that with the opportunities available and the knowledge that there is more knowledge to be gained, it would be in my best interest to be allied with Thorin and thus be allied with the crown.
So I take that as a yes. You accept.
Yes.
Very well. Hassan. Final chance.
If what you say is true, which I have no reason to doubt, and the safety of the entire realm is indeed at stake, then it would be amiss of me to not do all I can to help preserve this world.
So may I take that as a yes? You accept.
Indeed, you may.
Very well. So he opens up the coach door and he calls for Delenn to come back in. Delenn steps back in and he leans over and he whispers a couple things and then, some hand gestures and Delenn nods and immediately goes back over to his table and starts flipping through documents. This coach is huge. It's almost like the ones in Elden Ring. It's not quite that huge, okay. But it's pretty big. It's right. It's really spacious. I was about to say,
it's like, is 30 large enough to buy one of these? You can really use one.
30 large to buy a coach. Yeah. You can have one custom made. You can even have like gold trimmed wheels on it if you want, and bling and stuff like that.
Gold trimmed horses too.
Get some of those big what are they called? Clydesdales, the big draft horses.
I don't know.
So basically, that's what's pulling this coach: big draft horses, Clydesdales, war horses. So, Delenn comes back with like a tablet, like a wooden, portable tablet that you can hold on your lap, and it's got this document, this royal decree on there, and basically it's a document that and you take some time and you read it over, and Emilio says, please take your time, read it over, ask any questions if you have any, and explains to you basically, he says, well, I'll let Delenn explain. So Delenn says, this is a royal oath drafted by decree of His Royal Majesty King Alessandro Diego Marquez, that you, as a subject of the crown, do hereby pledge your fealty to His Majesty and to the crown of Andalusia and to the nation of Andalusia. I'm sorry, I keep switching between Andalusia because that's what he used to call it, Andalusia. And agree from time to time to work in the service of the crown under sworn secrecy, and basically it lays out sort of the terms of like opportunities that you will have from time to time. You will have the support of the crown. There may be situations where the crown may deny your existence or deny who you are in order to preserve relationships or public appearance, but will do what they can to basically like bail your ass out in a situation. It all sounds pretty straightforward. It looks pretty straightforward. There's no fine print on it. It's just basically asking for your oath and commitment and loyalty and swear to secrecy on this. And if you accept, you will be asked to sign on the line below, and you will we'll take a small pinprick to your thumb, squeeze out a couple of drops of blood, and you will put that inside of this wax seal thing that's on the document as your oath, your blood oath and fealty to the crown. And then your names basically go into the archives, and you're only known to a select handful of individuals that work in sort of like the Ministry of the Interior and in the intelligence.
People who work in the places where we just were downstairs.
And then who work, intelligence gathering and stuff like that. So he hands one to Hassan and he hands one to Cal.
Out of game, is there any way that like a blood oath can become null and void? Like the death of someone, or if it's a contract. It doesn't necessarily have a limit, but
I'm sure there are. Like, if you die, they can't really ask you to do anything outside of going through the trouble of getting you resurrected, but that even might be a bit far for them.
Why don't you ask the minister? You've got him here, so...
I bet if you commit treason, then it would probably nullify your contract. You should try doing that.
Oh my god. So do you ask Emilio, Cal?
Yes.
So he says, it's a fair question, and I understand your concern. He says, what you're committing to is to be a loyal subject of the crown, to commit yourself to service in the name of the crown when called upon. You notice that we refer to it as service to the crown rather than service to the king. In this instance, if the king happens to transpire and is replaced with another king or queen, then your service to the crown continues. He says, but it's not something that you would be required to, how should I say it, fulfill that role 24/7, 365. Basically, you know, he says, every now and then a job will come up and a pool of candidates will be reviewed, and the ones who seem the most appropriate for that job would be called upon to carry out those mission details, if that makes sense. You know, he says, otherwise you go about your normal, otherwise we encourage you to go about your normal day-to-day activities as though you were just you, being you in everyday life, so as not to arouse any suspicion of these extracurricular responsibilities that you have in this role.
Absolutely hilarious to know that this dude who serves the king is telling me to steal.
Maybe not like telling you to steal.
He's pretty much telling me to steal.
He's kind of telling her to steal.
Swindle. Con and swindle.
In the name of the crown!
In the name of the crown, I need your wallet.
See, wait, I can do that because it's not just murder willy-nilly.
Well, I have a feeling that wouldn't hold up.
Okay, so each of you has this document before you.
Mm-hmm. Each of the two or each of the three?
No, not you, because you've already sworn to the...
You've
You've sworn your allegiance. So Delin sort of leans in and says, if you're concerned about the pinprick, I assure you it's not that painful.
Just
And he
like,
sort of
like...
just smiles at you like,
I'm gonna slowly and non-threateningly pull out my obsidian dagger and say, if you want, you could use this. It's probably gonna get the job done a lot easier than the pin.
and Emilio looks at it and says, oh, what a fine specimen. He said, may I?
I'm gonna wrap the blade and hand it to him because,
Yeah.
sharp. Like, really sharp.
Yeah, okay. So he takes it and unwraps it, and he's looking at it and inspecting it. This is exquisite, Where did you acquire this?
This... out of game. Where the fuck did I acquire this? It's been so fucking long. This was in Mahar, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
I can't remember. Ankara Mahar, but...
jungle. Because
Yeah.
it was like we were in kind of like an almost Aztec-y area. Like jungles, lots of
that's right.
pyramid type things. So I'll tell him, I got it. Well, I got it, me and my former traveling companions each received one while we were enjoying a short stay in Mahar.
This is absolutely exquisite. Fine piece of craftsmanship there, and, an edge like I've not seen before, except from some of the finest crafted, dwarven crafted or cobalt forged weapons.
To be sure, even the dwarves are jealous of it.
And, he wraps it again and hands it back to you very carefully. Open both palms and hands it back out to you. In the meantime, have you each signed the document?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So Delenn sees that, and he says, "If you'll hand me your left hand," and like quickly reaches down to grab it, takes the pin, blink, jabs it, and then reaches over to Hassan, boom, jabs it before you double back. Says, "Now if you would just squeeze your thumb, squeeze out a drop or two of blood right in the center there in the circle." I assume each of you do that.
Yep.
Okay. He says, "Excellent, excellent, very well." Snatches up the contracts real quick from you before you have a chance to tear them up. And then sets his own signature as a witness to the documents themselves. He's got a necklace. He pulls out a necklace, and it's got a little amulet on it. It's like a long sort of like stamp type of thing, like a little silver handle on it, a little gold or silver handle, and a mushroomed out bottom, and takes that and dips it in some wax and stamps both of the pages, hands them over to Emilio, where Emilio signs them on another line. And he takes his ring. He's got a signet ring, dips it in a little pile of wax that Dylan hands to him, and then he puts his stamp on both of the documents and hands them back to Dylan and says, "Fantastic, it's official," he says, "and on behalf of the Crown of Andalusia, I would like to personally thank you for your commitment and your service and welcome you into what is an elite, small but elite and very respectable circle of individuals committed to the highest order of sacrifice in the name of the crown. And what I'm about to share with you again is strictly confidential for your ears only, unless approved by those further up who have prior knowledge to this." So what he proceeds to tell you is the story of these three works, these three bodies of knowledge that were collated by an archivist, a scribe, a long time ago. And they were the sum collective knowledge of the entire root of evil. Like, they're known collectively as the Encyclopedia Demonica Volumes 1, 2, and 3. And they basically, when they are gathered together, they form into one book that becomes a portal to the underworld. And it begins the uncreation of all life on the planet. But horrible things happen before that. This is what they believe they know about it, because no one has ever gathered the three of them together to see this happen, because nobody would be here. But the legend has it that before his soul was literally ripped out of his body, this archivist that had been documenting these books and the effects wrote, a secret cipher journal that talked about the dangers of the collective works and how they should never be brought together, and what would happen. So this is what started the Great War Below, and this is where way back in the history of this game and this adventuring party, Deacon was part of one of the adventuring parties that found the first volume, Encyclopedia Demonica Volume 1. That group probably played for I don't know how long, quite a number of years. 3-4 years.
Although there were some player changes.
There were some player changes, but then it broke up. And then the next group that Deacon started up and played at the table in person, they found the second volume eventually after a year or two of adventuring. These are not easy to come by. That's how long it's taken in real time for them to even find the clues. So the last party that we played before quarantine for COVID, they were on the heels of a couple of rumors about that were allegedly leading to the whereabouts of the third volume, but the trail went cold for a number of reasons, and we'll leave it at that. So what Emilio, I didn't catch that, but sure, it was
said
funny.
party broke up.
Well, there was that. There was
Oh,
quarantine. There was
yeah.
a lot of different stuff. So I had to write it into the story arc. So what Emilio is sharing with you now is that the first 2 volumes have been acquired and are being kept in a secret location known to the Crown, closer than you think. The whereabouts closer than you think. But they're being held in a specially constructed magical vault that allows them to coexist without amplifying their power. They're sort of together but separate in different chambers of this vault. And the only way that they can be destroyed, unfortunately, is the same way that is the only way that they can realize their full power, by bringing them together. Because they've attempted to destroy each of the volumes, and each time they did, they tried by fire, they tried by magical means. The volume would rematerialize in almost greater power. And so that was the last piece of the journal that they deciphered, was how to destroy the Encyclopedia Demonica. You have to get them together, and then you have to do this ritual, and it has to take place at a certain time in a certain controlled environment. And he said, at least this is what was written, he says. But we've seen the lengths to which certain cultures will go to. I don't know if culture is the right. Certain countries will go to, certain peoples will go to around the orb to try to obtain these volumes. It's led to numerous murders and wars and great disruption around the planet. And we have, and this is where he sort of hesitates, and he looks at Thorin really deeply, and he says, there are a couple of nations who have keys to certain areas that keep an historical record of how to follow the trail to locate the third volume. And these have been hidden because the time is not right for them to be brought together to be destroyed. He says, but I fear that timeline may need to be accelerated based on certain things that are happening again around the orb. So the rise of the cult of Belial is a very major sign you may be aware of, he says, which is why it's of particular interest to the Crown to investigate and to interrogate this individual that you have you kept alive here in the tower. So basically, no pressure, but the fate of the world is in your hands. He doesn't really tell you that. I'm just kind of pulling your leg there as a DM, because I'm a good guy like that. So the gravity of what has just been shared with you, it may take a while for it to settle into your characters, and I think your characters are pretty much sitting there in dismay as Emilio is explaining this to you, and that you never fully realize just how close to the end of everything you really are if this other encyclopedia was found by the wrong people, and if they got word of where the others were and they were able to bring them together.
No, but that's not depressing.
So he says, let me check the time here, by the way. So we're at about 9:39. Okay, we're good. We have about 20 minutes or 9:40. Yeah, about 20 minutes before we'll take a break. So he says, does it all make sense now? The reason for secrecy, the reason for the oath.
does indeed. And I must say, this is a far more troubling subject than I would have imagined.
He says, and Hassan, this may be news to you, and my deepest and most sincere apologies to be the one to break this to you. He says, but your parents may very well be aware of this, which is why your family has been of particular interest to the Crown of Andalusia for generations, because of their scholarly background and because of the fact that they're located on the continent of Ankara. He says, and he looks to Thorin, he says, which may or may not contain one of the secrets, one of the clues I previously mentioned out of numerous that
I
exist.
was worried this was the case.
He says, you have a lot more in common with Thorin than you realize. Thorin was exiled. I apologize, Master Thorin, if I'm saying more than you're comfortable with, but at some point I'm sure your companions here will learn the truth. He was exiled from his father's kingdom under false pretenses, and I'm sure one day he will reconcile that and remedy it. He says, and your departure, he says, and I can respect that. Your departure from your family's doings and political leanings and social circles, he says, it's understandable, Hassan. He says, but destiny and fate have a way of bringing us back around to that which we were trying to leave behind often.
Yeah.
He says, and Cal, fortunately or unfortunately for you, you happen to be in the wrong area at the wrong time. Or if you choose to look at it, in the right area at the right time. To meet up with these two and be a part of this venture. Which
I'll kind of pat Cal on the shoulder and say, like, you've already made 10,000 off of this, plus a crown. Just think of it as an ongoing job.
It's a business opportunity.
So basically,
think of it this way: you won't have to harass drunks in a tavern anymore.
So, effectively, like, let me catch up on my notes here. So he and you can do rolls if you want or whatever, perception rolls, but you can tell by his veracity that he's speaking the truth. You can tell by the countenance on his face as it shifts as he's talking about these grave topics, that it's of concern. It's great concern, and it's troubling. He's a little more pensive, with his hands, and I'm sorry, I just saw a note coming in on the way. And he's not bullshitting you. So with that, he says, so that's that. He said, and I can't speak to what His Majesty's plans are, but at some point in the future, again, we may call upon you. He says, in the meantime, my troops will tidy up here. They will collect up the remainder of Delenn will stay here with them to take in accounting and collect up the rest of the materials here. Out of game, Deacon,
I'm getting around to emptying my backpack. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. That's what I was going to ask. If you're, yeah. So, he says, well, excellent. Now then, detachment of my guard will tend to any matters needing resolution below ground. The prisoner you took will be taken into custody and interrogated further by the Crown. In the meantime,
good. That was the plan.
That's fantastic. In the meantime, I travel back to Arcadia in expediency, and we'd be happy to escort you back as well. Or, alternatively, if you have matters to settle in Fallshire, my retinue could certainly deposit you there on the way back. Your friends at the he looks at Delenn and he says, "What was it, Delenn? The Lost Hound Inn?" So they're anxious to know that you're alive and well. Ah, yes, the stray dog. He says,
Well-
in any account, they're anxious to know that you're alive and well, so you may wish to stop off there and rest and check in with them.
That would be lovely if you could bring us there. And as some relation to the previous matter, you trusted me, I trust you, and I believe that your men will need these during the accounting of what's in there. So I'll open my bag and I'll pull out like the charts and the dossiers and the maps and the papers and the books and the diagrams and the tomes and the pamphlets and the folders.
So Delenn
And the
is
maps.
clearly like in shock. Like you see Delenn's joggle. Like,
And then also,
really?
I just to show him that I really am cooperating to my fullest, I will pull out my notebook and start ripping out the pages where I've just copied things down. So I'll toss all those on there as well.
Okay, and then he says, thank you, Thorin. It's just sort of,
You're most welcome.
you know, it's kind of
Bit confused as
surprised,
to
but not
where it all
really.
came from. I don't recall seeing any of this down there, so not quite sure how it wound up here. But I'm sure you can make some sense of it.
Darn cult member stuck it into your backpack.
Yeah, so as Delenn reaches
Yeah.
down and starts gathering up the pile, you know, he looks at you and just sort of says, "It happens."
I must make a similar but somewhat smaller confession, as I appear to have come into possession of
Well, just start
something
fucking
I
empty.
do not remember.
It's like a fucking
Acquiring.
avalanche. It's a snowball effect.
However,
It's like,
You want to jump in, Cal? I know you said you wrote some things down.
No, I think it was just the scepters from the vaults and stuff. Anything that was of importance anyway.
Well, now would be the
Delenn
best time
looks
to
over-
jump
looks over
in
at Cal and
before it's
says,
too late.
I'm quite sure you're right.
I must make a similar but somewhat smaller confession to Master Greyflame. I have also happened to come into possession of something I seem to have no memory of, but it seems to me that it also appears to be of a much less consequential nature to these items of happenstance than Master Greyflame has produced, and I show the copy of On the Nature of the Spirit and Belief that I took from the library.
Okay. Who are you showing that to? Emilio or Delenn?
To Emilio, yeah.
Okay. And he says, and what is your wish for this? Do you wish to keep this, or...
I leave it entirely to your discretion, as, of course,
He says that consideration is appreciated. He said, let us consider it a gift of the crown to further expand your theological background. You may find value in it.
And on
Thank
that
you.
note, I have just remembered a few extra things as well. So I'll open up wherever else.
Oh
they're
my
at. I don't know if they're in a different pouch or whatever.
Jesus.
I will pull out. I'll the Warden Benedictus's journal. I will.
You don't
toss...
have that.
No. Oh, okay. I guess not. It's just it shows up under the handout, so I was just kind of like trying to remember. All right. Well, then I will pull up the.
Cal doesn't have that either,
message.
that you're aware of.
I thought I had the journal and I just shared it with everybody.
Right, but
Yeah,
you didn't hear.
I-
You didn't get what I said, did you?
Oh, maybe I didn't.
Oh.
I said Cal doesn't have that either, as far as you're aware.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay.
Well, then I will also hand over the cryptic message, the When Erebus Awoke book, and also the Ring of Keys, including the King's Keys. And I will say, and I'm assuming you'll be wanting these back as well.
Yeah, and you see Emilio's face suddenly start to like flush red, like, almost like you've crossed a line, and yet he tries to retain his composure and says, "Again, thank you, Thorin." Oh my god.
Oh, and
You
if it's
crack me up.
not too much of an annoyance, we're not quite sure what all is on your accounts there. So if you do go looking, you may find some other things missing as well from the armory. Various weapons, provisions, ammunition.
He just waves it. He
Also-
waves it off like
Like
those
the
are
fucking I'm the fucking Swiss Army knife of stolen goods.
yeah, as if it weren't evident by like you walking in having 5 sword things
Yeah.
or whatever sticking up out of your back and
5 swords, the warhammer, the whatever, like the pike or whatever that we gave us, and
believe it
Also,
was a
if you come
halberd.
halberd.
If
Yeah.
you- if you come across any carpets that are cut up, just ignore those. They were like that when we found them.
A bottle of wine or two may be missing as well.
okay. Perhaps it's best we just leave this where it is. Please don't feel obligated to discuss any of this further. So he says,
Understood.
he says, give me but a moment. Dylan will see to your needs. Should you require any refreshments, please make yourselves comfortable. I need to go speak to the major and the captain who will remain behind and the troops and sort of inform them, on what's going on. So he steps out. Emilio steps out of the coach. What we're gonna say?
I did have one question for him.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
Prior to him stepping out, I will ask: is it or do we have your blessing to discuss these? How would you say? New findings with the Order of Light. None of the paperwork that just seemed to appear here, but specifically that relating to the other matter. Should we assume it is safe to talk to Father Deacon there?
He
about
says
this matter.
He says yes. Excellent question. I'm so happy that you thought to ask that. He says yes. Of course, you realize that they are. They're under full disclosure and aware of the goings on. Obviously, since you worked with them in the first or the second round or whatever.
I would assume so, but I figured it'd be better to ask now than to ask for forgiveness later.
Sure.
You could say.
Sure. So I've got about 9:53. It's about 7 to 10. I know Sarah wanted to take a break, so why don't we plan on doing that? I'm going to drop a couple things in the chat here and drop a little bit about Black Dragon Tavern, and that's me. I'm Dante, and my co-host is Deacon, and we do this every Thursday and Friday between 8 and 10 p.m. and I'm sorry, every Friday and Saturday between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. and then every other Friday we play Dante's game, which you're watching now, between 8 p.m. and midnight Central. We do all kinds of stuff. We do kit bashing, miniature painting, model building, Warhammer 40k models, fantasy models. We do tabletop games, card games, and Gryphon and Sarah often join us on the off weeks to play tabletop games. So tune in on Fridays or Saturdays if you want something fun to put on in the background, or just have some background vibe and noise just to keep you busy while you're doing your own thing. We'd appreciate it. If we made you laugh, if we made you think or scratch your head, and you appreciated you liked the stream, go ahead and hit that follow button. And if you have an Amazon Prime account, we'd appreciate if you use a Prime subscription. Try us out for a month, and if it's not your thing, don't re-up. It's fine. We're not gonna we're a small streamer trying to build our community. So we're not making boatloads of money off of this. In fact, we're not making any money off this right now. We haven't made enough to get a payout, but If we do, it's going to go back into the stream so we can continue to bring you quality content. And on that note, we're not going away. We're going to take a little 15-minute break so people will go get a bio break, get a some refreshments and snacks. And we will be back in approximately 15 minutes. So please stick around. Tune in for the second half of the game to see where things wind up. On that note, let me find the break screen and I'll switch over there. So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Black Dragon Tavern. I'm your host, Dante.
And I'm your host, Deacon.
And here we are in the second half of Dante's game, Session 7, Keys to the Kingdom. Thank you for sticking around. If you're out there lurking, good to have you there. If you have any questions, pop in the chat. We're always happy to take time out and talk to folks in chat, because that's what makes the stream. If you're not out there watching, we don't have anything, really. We do this every Friday and Saturday, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central. And then every other Friday, we do Dante's game, fantasy homebrew RPG that we're running tonight. And we do that from 8 p.m. Central to midnight. And again, welcome to our guest players, Gryphon, playing the role of Hassan. Good to have you. And Sarah, playing the role of Cal. So, the name still cracks me up. Call it something. Cal it something. Call it something.
Promise that was not my intention, and I stole it from a book.
So, if you're just tuning in, there's a little bit of a backstory. I'm not going to rehash the whole thing. We did that at the beginning of the episode. But please do check out our VODs on our Twitch page. You can look it up by Dante's game on the Black Dragon Tavern and find specifically the episodes that have to do with this game that we're running, this persistent campaign. And you can catch up pretty quickly on where the story started and how the adventurers got to where they're at now. So they just exited this tower thinking that they're going to come out with like untold riches and wealth, and they walked promptly into a small garrison of royal bodyguards and the Minister of the Interior for the continent, the adventuring continent that they're on. Because the place that they were adventuring in happens to be the former tower of a former king of Andalusia. And as such, there were several state secrets stored here, and an auxiliary vault, a treasury. Alternate treasury to the kingdom. So, of course, the kingdom had it in its best interests once it found out that the adventurers were rooting around here trying to follow up on some rumors of an undead army that had been lurking around in the area. They said, we better send somebody out there to see what they've discovered and what they know. And that's where we're at.
Not our fault. There were spooky goings on.
And that's true. It's not your fault. Okay, so right before the break, you were just wrapping things up with Emilio Enrique Montenegro, the Ministry of Interior for His Royal Majesty King Alessandro Diego Marquez of the Kingdom of Andalusia. So, Emilio has invited you back to, he's offered to let you enjoy the comforts of the coach on the ride back to Fallshire, where I assume you're going to probably want to check in with your friends there and follow up on some leads that you had picked up before you left. So whenever you all are ready, Emilio was just going to step out of the coach and go confer with his troops, give them some last minute orders on what they need to do, and then you all will head out. Delenn will probably stay behind to help archive what's brought out of the tower. So once again, the records are reconciled and kept in the archives of the kingdom. And anything else you'll want to do or say or ask before you hit the road?
Yeah, I'll ask the chest. Is that to be brought with us, or what's the deal with that?
Yeah, so what we'll say is that we'll say this has been prearranged, sort of like they will say that Emilio knew sort of what he could negotiate within his authority to bargain. So they have a chest on the coach that contains
Oh, okay.
30,000 gold pieces. So you don't need to wait, a couple hours for his troops to run down back into the vault, bring one up, and
Okay.
Um,
Can I ask him to actually just go and, instead of leaving it with us, go, and I'm assuming he knows about Whitehall. I mean, I would be surprised if he didn't, but can I ask him to leave it in there?
like inside? I mean, how would you make arrangements?
Yeah.
I mean, so backing up a little bit, yeah, the answer would be yes. He would know about Whitehall, but only as a matter of doing research on where you were basically based and what properties you own, and that's all legit. That's been registered.
Sorry.
What? Oh, okay.
Ignore me.
Where he operates out of, so he probably knows that you've been away for a while and that the place has been abandoned. He may also know that it's being looked after by a caregiver.
Maybe not abandoned.
Well, not abandoned, but yeah, looked after by a caretaker, property manager, or whatever you want to call them. So, I mean, I guess if you wanted to, you could make arrangements, but that would probably work. Alternatively, you could take it with you. Alternatively, it could be deposited into an account or accounts in each of your names. There are a number of options. Suffice it to say, he will not go back on the Crown's word to impart this money to you, but, if they could delay in doing that, he would probably, also be happy about that. But, so it just depends on how you want to handle that.
Well, it depends. I got a couple questions, and now I guess is where I get to see really how much effort you've put into building the world here. Number one, if it was put into an account for us, what would happen? Does it gain interest? Is there a variable? Do you have some sort of thing to see if it goes up or down over time?
Is it the stock market?
Kinda, I guess.
It's an excellent question, and the short answer is yes.
Okay.
The banking system in Andalusia is a fairly, modern banking system in terms of for the setting. It's suitable for the setting. So you would earn a modest interest rate on your income in there. It's not going to have obviously the conveniences of ATMs and whatnot, but and they don't do bank to bank transfers unless a courier is sent specifically from one location to another, because they have no way of knowing. So this is why people carry baubles or jewelry or cash.
No, I know. My other question is...
No, I know but this is for the benefit of the other players who are new to the world.
Yes, of course. My other question is, if said money goes into an account for each of us, taxes? Because the way I see it, if we have 30,000 gold with us, if we bury that in the ground, that money's not going anywhere. But if we put it in the Bank of Arcadia or whatever, you might lose a bit every now and then. Because that's 10,000 gold. I'm assuming we're splitting this evenly. But 10,000 gold a person is quite a sizable income,
So, to keep things simple, so we don't overcomplicate it, Dynamoose! Hey, welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it.
Welcome. You came in at the best part. I'm just, interrogating him on the tax system right now.
He wants to see how how much thought I've put into this adventure world over the last 42 years.
Well, it's not just how much thought; it's how I can keep my money without it going to the government.
Okay.
That is my hard-earned money from not keeping state secrets. All right.
For
not
bribe
keeping secrets?
for keeping.
I gave everything. Well, okay, I suppose
You mean for
not
keeping them?
keeping. Yeah, I suppose not keeping the various papers that I had stolen from the Ministry of the Interior.
I'm muted so people don't have to listen to me crunch
Yeah.
my cereal. And also I was just waiting for you to finish because I find this quite amusing. So if you're
I'm
done,
glad you do.
the short and simple answer is taxes. Income taxes are levied each year, and it's a small percentage. You pay an upkeep on your house. You pay a little taxes for that property. We handled this before in previous games, and it was
Right.
something along the lines of like for a whole year. I think your personal tax bill was like 150 gold pieces. It was cheap in the bigger picture.
Okay, and that's based off of a percentage of my total.
Like
worth?
the wealth of your property, what you're basically like
Okay,
a
okay.
little is levied. Like each person is asked to pay a small portion, and
Alright,
they
alright.
keep the roads safe. They keep the king's militia,
Of course.
going and all
Yeah.
that stuff. So
I
I
guess
know
what
I
I'm
know you know
wondering
that, but
is-
again, for the benefit of Gryphon and Sarah, who are new to the game,
If this 10,000 goes into an account under my name, do I start paying more than 150 a year?
no, that's what I was just saying. Like it's
okay.
handled separately. I'm not making it complex. So don't go
okay.
Mark Anderson on me because
I'm
he
just
wanted to
saying,
know.
Hey, look, I can bury it in the garden in Whitehall, and every now and then I do an odd job. I collect somebody's mail, so they give me 150 gold, and that goes in an account. And over time, it adds up. I save, and eventually I have 10,000 in there without putting it in all at once.
Okay, we're gonna change this from Dante's game to Wall Street. Okay,
Well,
So-
game.
Fantasy money laundering simulator.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
let's go.
So now that I've indulged you adequately,
Thank you.
shall we move on?
Yeah.
Okay. So Emilio returns to the coach, hops in. Once again, it's very brisk. It's very crisp out there. The air is crisp and cold from it being winter, late winter now. And he returns and says, okay, well, that's all handled. He says, my men, several of which will remain behind and take stock of what's here. Delenn will remain with them and take an accounting of what's pulled out. And we will make our way to Fallshire.
Yeah.
So,
And Dynamoose, real quick. Yes, that is correct. 150 gold for bringing in a neighbor's mail. Because as you see, I bring in the mail for them, and then I write out a payment to myself.
okay then. All right. So the Royal Coach and its contingent of Elite Guard make their way out onto the road, and
Yay.
it's from where you're at to Fallshire was going to be, what did we say, approximately a week? Or was it 3 days?
I thought
3
it was
days?
A week, like marching. Or like,
No,
I thought it was
you
a
were-
week, like walking. If we really took our time. But
No,
if we're
see, I gotta
in
go
a
back. I gotta go
carriage-
back and look at the past couple of odds. There were two parts to the two legs of the journey from Arcadia, from Arcadia to the Traveler's Rest, and then from Traveler's Rest to Fallshire. So it was about 3 days each way, I think it was. Does that sound about right? We're gonna call it that. Like, okay, because like I had it down here. So it's gonna take about 2 to 3 days for the coach to reach. No. Okay, I'm sorry. You are on the outskirts of Fallshire. That's where the tower is, and it's only going to take you with the coach now probably 24 hours to get there. Maybe not even that, because you're not doing it by foot. So it'll take you like approximately a day. You'll get to Fallshire around sundown or so, and then because the king's coach will make haste. And then from Fallshire to Arcadia, it's 6 days, but you have that Traveler's Rest in between. Do you remember the camp spot where the wagon, where you took the wagon when it broke down? Okay. All right. And I'm saying this mostly to help keep me sort of oriented to where things are going. All right. So, you make haste back to Fallshire because, again, you're out here in the woods. You're on the outskirts of it. And so the Royal Coachman's contingent of the Elite Guard pull in Fallshire after an expedient 24 hours virtually of travel from the tower. And as you approach, lookers-on gawk at the lavish entourage, some of them bowing out of ignorance, thinking the king is inside. They don't know any difference, but just looks, they know it's a royal contingent. So as the coach pulls up to the gates of the Stray Dog Inn's coaching house, Emilio says, "We'll refresh ourselves here and stock up on supplies for the guard and the horses. Then we'll be off immediately to the capital. He'll want to hear everything that transpired here as soon as possible." And as the coach is being led into the stables here and where the coaching area is, he looks at each of you and says, "Thorin, Cal, and Hassan, you're a special lot. I hope you recognize that. You've seen things few can imagine. Let's make sure some of those things remain mere memories or dreams for each of you. As I said earlier, His Majesty may call upon you in the near future for service. I would hope that you would answer the call when it comes. There are larger, graver things at stake than the glint of coin and gem. But for now, rest well and enjoy your bounty. We'll be gone before midday. Farewell in your adventures." And with that,
farewell to you too.
Emilio heads off to speak with Dylan. They step out of the coach, or Dylan's actually gone. That's right, he stayed behind. So Emilio steps out of the coach, and you pack up your gear. You two disembark from the coach, and you see Emilio walking off to talk to who you assume is the captain of the guard, who after a few moments approaches you and inspects you all for a good while, looking you up and down before he removes his helmet, revealing an older, grizzled soldier with obvious signs of battle, who now stands grinning at you. "Well, the fates never cease to amaze and amuse me. Master Thorin, it is truly a pleasure to see you again after such a very long time." And then he turns to the other two. He turns to Hassan and Cal to introduce himself and says, "Major Lucius Antilli is at your service. How have you been, my friend?"
Other game, honestly, I thought this is where you were going to say, like, he takes his helmet off, and guess who? It's Morgan. This is his thing.
Yeah, he went and signed up.
Yeah, he joined the guard. Good, my friend. It has been quite some time.
And he says, "Indeed, too long." He says, "I've heard bits and pieces of rumors on the wind here and there that you were still around and you were in town recently." He said, "But then no sign of you, so, I just took it for what it was, more gossip. But I'm very happy to see you're still around and in the company of new companions, I see."
Aye, the old group. Well, we went our separate ways.
And so he says, "Well, may I invite you all to a drink in the inn?" He says, the rest of my men will take care of the horses and the carriage coach works and all that, and stock up on supplies. He said, but I've got a little bit of time to catch up, or if you have things to do, that's understandable. Oh, wait, hold up, time out. One big time out before we go further. What did you all decide about the money, about the coin? Are you taking the chest with you, or?
First off, are we all kind of in the same boat as far as splitting it goes? Like
Yeah.
10,000 each? Just
Yeah.
nice and even? Okay.
I
As
think
long
it
as it
might.
doesn't... Go ahead.
I think it might be easier to stash it somewhere. I don't necessarily know if it'd be easier to just, I don't know, because but just like taking a big old chest full of stuff with us does not sound easy. Even if we split it up 3 ways, that's
No,
still
it's
a
not,
lot.
but they did offer to bring it back to the city for us and put it in accounts, I believe you were saying. Unless I just completely misunderstood that.
No, that like you come to an agreement with Emilio that basically, like, if you don't want to haul this and subject yourselves to potential, highway robbery, literally highway robbery, on the way back to the capital, they can leave it on deposit for you at the Central Bank of Arcadia. And your names will be given to the bank manager, and you present yourselves along with your credentials, basically. And, like Delenn would have given you some sort of, like, official notice and signed and notarized and stamped with a wax seal. So that way, when you go to the bank to make your claim, it's all legit. Sort of like in Jason's game, how his brother Kaz had the paper to the mark or writ or whatever it was.
Yeah, except this time we aren't lying about it.
Yeah, exactly. So I just so we can clear that up and make sure that that's handled.
Yeah.
Is that what you all do or did, or?
I think that's just about the best
yeah,
way to go about that.
Yeah.
Annalise is definitely going to take some to keep on hand on his person, but the majority of it, yeah, would just.
Okay. Well, how much, just so we can keep the accounts clear?
Yeah. Maybe 200.
Okay, mark it, dude.
Yep.
Mark it in your character sheet, and then I'll make a note of that so that when it comes to time to reconcile the amount that's in the central bank, that'll all be squared away. Cal, are you going to take anything out of there? Are you good, or?
I had my character sheet up, and then I didn't. I'm only going to take about 100 out of my amount, and then put the rest in the bank, because money on hand. But
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Thorin.
All in the bank.
Okay, all right, that makes it easy. Okay, so that's squared. That's out of the way. That way, at least I don't have to worry about that now. And later on, everybody goes, "Oh, what happened to the money? What do we do with it?" And then I'm assuming you're carrying it around, hauling it around. Okay. So, you had this open invitation from. He's no longer captain. He's now major, and you noted that he was given a promotion. You congratulate him, but he's invited you to a drink in the Stray Dog Inn. Are you taking him up on that, or are you going to go? Do you want to go about your own way, or how? What do you want to do?
Did he invite all of us or just Thorin?
Yeah, all of you.
I'll go.
I mean, you don't have to feel
After all we've
obligated.
been through, a drink would be lovely.
Okay, wonderful. So you're greeted warmly as you enter the Stray Dog Inn, and obviously the desk attendant immediately recognizes you and calls for a porter to help you with your various bags and you know, accoutrement that you're carrying. And then the attendant asks, you know, if you require a room, and if so, they will have 3 rooms prepared with hot baths for each of you. In the meantime, he invites you to have a rest in the lounge, and so the 4 of you make your way into the common lounge, where you grab a table or a booth close to the fire, a little ways away from the few patrons that are in there that are dining, that look like maybe they're staying there because they're not in winter gear. They're in comfortable but, you know, elegant clothing. And, you know, you settle in, and soon a server comes around and asks if you want drinks. So you order up, and a few moments later the drinks are brought out to you, and Major Antilles raises his mug and says, you know, to finding old friends again, and to making new ones, and to your health. Cheers. And offers a toast.
I'll raise my bottle of Gunner's rum and toast as well.
And so he says, but you know, you must have seen so much in the time that lapsed. He says, I'm sure, you know, he said, I'm sure you could regale me with stories. I don't have a whole lot of time for them because we have orders to ship out fairly quickly here. He says, but I just wanted to take a few minutes and catch up, you know, and say that you're missed around town. Several of the regiment, you know, has mentioned you and told stories of your companions in the past, and it'll be good to tell them that I had the opportunity to sit down with you and tip up a mug of ale.
Well, when you do get the chance to talk to them, give them my best wishes and tell them that, providing all things go well, I should be spending more time in the city soon. So,
he says, and it'll welcome you back with open arms, of that I'm sure. You know, many friends who have missed you and have inquired after you. Your friends at the apothecary, your friend Tom at the, what was the name of Tom's? The Saucy Jack. You know, he said, how could I forget that? He's like, I'm on the road.
I stopped and saw him just a bit ago.
And he says, I'm on the road a lot lately, and sometimes going back home feels strange because it's both familiar and new at the same time. He says, lots of change. He says, the guild, your friends at the, he clears his throat, the guild have been through several changes of leadership. So they're in a bit of a local turf war now with this new guild that's trying to establish itself and set up territory there. It's led by some young woman who goes by the name of what was it? It was like, it's with a V. It's on the tip of my tongue. Valen something or other. This is they call themselves Steel Team 6, and
yeah, Steel Team. give me a bit of a helping hand here out of game. I'll be honest, my brain is empty tonight. Name's not ringing a bell.
Okay, I know,
familiar.
I know. Out of game, it's not ringing a bell, but in game, you would instantly recognize that.
I'm sure in game I would recognize it, but
well, this is what I'm saying.
I'm drawing a blank.
You would
drawing a blank.
When Major Antilles says the name, you immediately sort of you see how you're kicked back right now. You're sitting back. You sort of like jump in your chair, like oh, because you recognize the name to be Sam Silverblade's daughter.
Okay, from the one shot.
Yeah. So you sort of grin to yourself over the idea of.
I did not take notes on the one shot. That all left my head.
Okay, fair enough. But you recognize the name, and you find it amusing that like Sam's daughter would be in a turf war with the long time resident thieves guild there. But generally, Major Antilles fills you all in on goings about in the city, some of the local scams that are happening. And yeah, Cal is sort of like relieved, like that he doesn't seem to be aware of who they are and what they do for a living. So this is all news to them, like, oh, this is good to know these things because it's valuable information that can be leveraged. So I will, between this session and the next time, maybe I'll give you like 1 to 3 tips on things that are happening around the town that would specifically be of interest to you. And then the same goes for each of you. So because none of you have rolled for rumors in quite a long time, especially when you were at the tavern.
The last time we rolled for rumors was the last time we were at the tavern, which was like
the Saucy Jack, though, I believe.
I thought we did it while we were here too, to catch up on any rumors before we like directly headed out.
Maybe.
But that was like 4 sessions ago, before we even went into the dungeon for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. That may be the case. I just feel like I haven't had my rumor cards out in a long time, so right. So Captain Antilles, he's dropping little hints in there, and after a while, he apologizes and he says, "I'm, terribly sorry. I would love to stay and dine with you." He says, "But I've got to move out. I've got to go check on the rest of the troops and make sure they've got everything in order and for us to depart." And His Majesty's not going to wait very long to learn about the goings on here.
I would assume not.
He said, "So remain in good health and in good fate and fortune. And it's a pleasure to have met each of you, and I wish you well on the road and wherever it may lead you. And
to you as well.
When you find yourself back in the city, come look us up at the local garrison." He said, "I'm sure, at the South Gate they'd love to see you again. Wishes you well." Polishes off the rest of his mug, and then
while he's heading out, I'll just kind of grab him on the way out and say, the new lady disputing the leadership of the guild, go easy on her. She's close."
And he just nods his head and says, "Understood." He says, I'll put word out." He says, "She looks familiar, but I can't quite put my thumb on it." And then he pats you on the shoulder and says, "It's good seeing you, my old friend." And then he heads out. Okay, so here you are back at the Stray Dog Inn in Fallshire.
Yes.
And the server comes out with another round of drinks, brings them to your table, and also hands each of you an envelope, which looks like a sort of like invitation of sorts. And you open them up, and indeed that's what it is. It's a dinner invitation to dine this evening with the proprietor, Louis Pine, and his partner and wife, Evangeline Delacroix. So you are here, and it's about sundown. It's just about heading into evening. So like it's winter, like between, let's say, what would be 5-ish, 6-ish, right around there, around the dinner hour. So the timing is pretty good. Your rooms are ready. The tenant comes out and says, your rooms are ready. Gives each of you a key. Says, we've had a hot bath drawn for each of you if you'd like to go refresh yourselves. And will you be joining Master Pine and Madame Delacroix for dinner this evening? Shall I RSVP for you?
Of course.
I'll be there.
Our most gracious host.
This is very well. They will be pleased to hear that. In the meantime, please feel free to see your way to your rooms, freshen up, take advantage of the hot water, and Master Pine will see you, in an hour or so, for dinner. In the I believe that'll be in the Huntsman's Lounge. Okay. So what do y'all do? You just go back to your rooms, freshen up, and everything?
Yeah.
Okay. So, a little while passes. You come back down from your rooms, and Lewis greets you at the door to the Huntsman's room. This is the room again that's reserved for special guests and private dining.
Throw up the map.
And what's that?
So do you want to throw up the map? Just kind of update that.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Let's see here.
You know?
See if they got the right one. And then I'll zoom in here. Yeah, and I believe I've got tokens for them as well. So let me see. Oh, why didn't that work? There we are. Okay. And then Cal and Hassan, if you want to move your tokens into the room too, that's fine. I mean, I don't think you'll be doing any combat, but if it helps you sort of visualize what's going on and where it's going on, that's okay. So, let me get my notes. So anyway, so he beams at you like a schoolmate seeing a close friend who's been away for a long time, even though it's only been a few days. And he pushed his tangled mane of hair back and calls out, "Thorin, Cal, Hassan, I'm so glad you made it back safely. Not that I was ever worried given such a fine collection of skills and talents as yours, but please come in and join Evangeline and me for dinner." And then he ushers you in and sweeps his arm towards chairs where you all sit down. So Evangeline remains seated and smiles a pleasant smile at you as you enter the room. She's a portrait of this otherworldly pale grace and an air of sophistication and class almost beyond comprehension. Something about her countenance triggers an inexplicable feeling of both comfort and dread, a strange familiarity to each of you. Soon after, dinner's brought in from a door near the rear of the room and is promptly placed before you, while various wines, ales, and other spirits are brought out and poured for you based on your personal preferences. The servers shuffle out of the room as quickly as they entered, leaving you all in privacy. And Lewis looks at you all and says, "As always, we're safe from prying eyes and ears. Pray tell, what did you find out there?" he asks, his face as somber as a stone statue, save for his wild, almost feral eyes.
Well, to be entirely honest, the skeletons were nothing much. It was just some ruffians trying to scare people into giving up a few coins. We sent them back on their way here and gave them a good lesson to apologize.
Indeed.
So,
And at the mere utterance of that, he literally spits out his wine and laughs and says, "You've got to be joking me. So this army of the undead was nothing more than a bunch of drunkards painted up?"
nothing more.
And he laughs a very hearty laugh. And says, unbelievable. But please do go on.
Well, we sent them on their way home. Went down into the basement. Not much down there. We found a couple of unfriendly sort, and promptly set about dealing with them.
Ah, I see. He says, is it anything I should be aware of or concerned about?
Do you remember, Lewis, back, say, 10 years ago, when we had come down here, I believe when we had first met, to investigate the goings-on of some disappearances around Fallshire?
And he nods vigorously. Yes, of course, of course. Many of the
Yes,
locals
do you
had their
remember-
children taken, and wives,
Yes.
husbands, sons, daughters.
Terrible mess. Glad it's all sorted out. Do you remember a bit of an odd sort who had come along with us at the time? What would you call him? A preacher of sorts, of one of the less favorable deities.
Says, yes, I rather remember a rather large fellow, a priestly type, rather quiet, reserved, but seemed
Yes,
generally
yes.
generally good natured.
He, though I'm not sure you know this now, but was a preacher of sorts for the cult of Belial. Though don't fret, he was one of the good ones. He was genuinely well-meaning. He had a good heart. But as things go, the influence started to spread around a bit. So nothing much. They have all been dealt with now, but a couple sort few followers of Belial down in the basement.
Interesting.
Well, probably up to no good, those cultish sort, but nevertheless, they've all been dealt with now, so they should not pose any sort of a threat. However, if they do, as always, let me know, and I'll see about making my way back down here.
And so Lewis, you see him, like you see the gears turning, and he says, Belial, did you say? He says, I there's a local sort here, a local preacher of sorts, who I believe follows this Belial. More of a nuisance anything than what people make him out to be.
You recall his
And
name?
he says, yes, he does. Give me just a minute.
Really hoping it's not like Sucksball. Sucksball, the local town Belial preacher, now firmly in the hands of the law.
He says, Hassan, I can't remember how much of your background you shared with Lewis Pine in your previous encounter with him. Did you share any of your theology background and that kind of stuff?
I assume some of it would have come up in
Okay.
conversation, but not much more than that Hassan is a theologian.
Okay. So because he wants to engage you in the conversation as well, because this may be of interest to you, he knows that Thorin would have an interest because of the party that was here previously. He says, so he turns to you and he says, he goes by the name of Aes Vox, which apparently has some meaning beyond how I interpret it, he says it has some significance in his role or title, if you will. We just know him as
Real quick,
Bruno Hayward. He was a local here who's, if I'm not mistaken, Thorin, I believe his daughter was taken by the. Well, she was an unfortunate victim of
yes,
the,
yes.
the incident that happened. And he, at some point, converted over to this belief.
Yes,
Right around.
believe. I do believe we may know what the cause of that might be.
He says, I'll press no further. He says, at any rate, it may be, he may be of interest to you.
Real quick, out of game, is that like AEOUS? I'm just trying to write it down for notes.
It's EIUS.
Oh God. Hold on. EIUS.
No, E.
Yeah.
E as in Edward. I.
Yes.
U.
U.
S.
Yes, that's what I just said.
Oh, okay. I thought you said B as in boy.
What?
And then
No,
Vox. V as in Victor. O as in online. X as in X-ray.
Yep. Okay. Just write me.
And Hassan and you would know from your theology that that means the translation of that is his voice.
Okay. And if you feel so inclined to share, which I won't press, but where could we find him? Should we want to talk to him?
It's like it shouldn't be hard, really. Most of the time he's around the town square preaching, proselytizing, and trying to convert people to his religion, which, from my understanding, at least, he's not very successful at. Seems mostly harmless sort of fellow. He says, but Cal, how did you find this whole adventure?
They lost a bet.
I didn't actually lose a bet, surprisingly. I just got curious. These two were able to do something that no one before really has done, and I got curious.
This is not surprising and understandable at the same time. So he says, what was the most eye-opening thing for you that you learned on this endeavor?
Sometimes the most obvious answer is the correct one.
Very sage words indeed. But tell me, what of this this rumor of the king that we had discussed previously? You recall the story of the monks from San Mateo that shared the alleged accounting of this vile king.
Yes, well, it's a rather complicated story. And I'll kind of look around the room again, just, make sure there's no, prying eyes or whatever, and I'll say, this cannot leave the room to be entirely honest, we do not know how much we are at will to say. However, the King story wasn't entirely as it seemed. There were
Thorin, are you sure it is wise?
I trust Lewis. I've known him, he trusts me, and I trust him. Anyways, there are some circumstances surrounding the king and all that has happened there. And
from the looks of it, and obviously we have nothing concrete. It's all just what we have seen, but it does not look like he was as bad as they made him out to be.
Interesting. So, as if he were framed? Somebody
That's
painted
one way
a
you could
portrait.
put it.
Somebody painted a portrait of him to be this vile killer, this heartless killer.
That could be one way of putting it.
I see. So he presses you for details here and there about that, and
That's
obviously
as,
like
that's as far as I'll kind of like share the story.
sure,
Obviously I won't tell him about any of the things that were discussed between us and Emilio.
sure,
Won't tell him any of that, but I'll just
right.
I'll
But
just
you
kind of lay like a very vague like it wasn't as clear cut as the rumors made it seem. It didn't look like, now we can't say for sure, but it didn't look like he was that bad.
right, and given Lewis's line of questioning, each of you comes to the realization that like he's oblivious to all of the other deeper stuff, and mostly what his queries are about are the rumors of this king being a killer. When you have proof in the journal that says otherwise, like how he looked forward, he was a fair and just king who only imprisoned people for as long as they were sentenced for. He looked forward to releasing them regularly, and on his birthday he would release a prisoner as a special sort of like aside. So clearly, like, Lewis is just trying to get to the bottom of whether or not, like, how much of the story that the monk from San Mateo told him rings true versus it's a bunch of bunk. So you're comfortable that you're not giving away anything, you're not disclosing any state secrets or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because that's an entirely separate matter than this whole other subtext. So evening goes on.
I'm just trying to like be careful otherwise.
Oh yeah, I understood and appreciated. So the evening goes on, and you're having a wonderful time dining, and finally, for the first time the entire evening, Evangeline speaks up and she says, "What you've learned will change history as we know it. For centuries, people believed Delator to be a cruel, vicious murderer. It sounds like you've discovered evidence to the contrary, potentially." She says, "You will take this to His Majesty to vindicate the old king, yes?" And her words aren't so much a question as they seem more like a declaration or directive that you are invited to agree with. She says, "It would serve you well for a long time to come, should you do so." Her eyes meeting each of yours as if she were staring into your very souls. That sense of calm and dread returning once again just underneath the surface of your conscious. And finally she finishes with, "And yet it will also chase you from the shadows for as long as you live." So as the hour grows late, you each find yourselves feeling fat and sassy from all the food and drink. Yet Lewis and Evangeline know that you plan to leave for Arcadia in the morning, and you collectively decide that it's probably a good time to turn in for the evening, because you've had quite a week behind you.
Probably.
So your dinner guests welcome you once again into the warmth of their humble inn here, and again say how glad they are that you made it back safely, and they wish you a fair night and rest well. And Lewis says, "I'll catch up with you in the morning." And Evangeline wishes you all a good evening, and the servants soon come in afterwards to start cleaning up the dining room as you make your way out of the dining room and back to your rooms.
Is it possible at all for me to kind of like stop Evangeline on the way out and talk to her?
Sure.
So
Aside from Aside from everyone else, or with
Yeah.
Hassan and Cal, or
Aside from everyone else, I'll fill them in later.
okay,
But I don't want to make I don't want to make a big deal out of it. I don't want people to
sure.
be like, oh, what are they talking about? But I'll kind of stop her and I'll say, what you said back there about meeting with the king and discussing the matters of the old king. You know something, don't you?
She smiles at you, and she doesn't stare at you, but she regards you for a long time, and she says, "Only that conveying good relations to leaders often carries with it great rewards and recognition, and tends to benefit those who are able to find the truth."
Let's see. I'll thank her again for the lovely dinner, and then I'll head off to my room.
She nods at you and smiles and says, wish you a fair evening, and then heads off and catches up with Lewis. My apologies, I'm getting a little stuffy over here. It's a stay in Wisconsin second winter. Sure, we've had one winter, but what about second winter?
I just
Okay.
For you two, this is like the fourth time today I've had to hear that joke.
Yeah, it probably won't be the last.
God, I hope
But,
it is.
but it's true. But it's true, and it's true. Okay, so each of you make your way back to your room, and you settle in, and as you would expect. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hassan.
I whispered you something. Not sure if you
Let me
noticed.
switch. I gotta get back over to my chat thread and roll 20. Oh, interesting. Okay, let me. So I missed that. Was that during the dinner conversation? Then I
Yeah.
take it. All right. So we're gonna back up a little bit, a little prior to the private conversation that Thorin had, and let me go to the handouts. Let's take a look real quick. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, that's let's see. That's a level 2 type, non-variable. Okay. Do you want me to whisper the results?
Yeah.
Okay. Hassan. Okay. Just shot you a message.
Interesting. Okay. I think I'll leave it at that then.
Okay, very good. So then cut to the present. You all head out towards your rooms, and
Really? Really? You had to do that?
In a tavern.
But you had to do that. Gryphon, hydrate.
Oh,
and
You're welcome.
that was the end of that can for me. I might have to go up and get another one if that happens again. Okay, what are we at? 11:10. All right, we're doing all right here. So you all leave the dining room and head up towards your rooms, and finally, for the first time in what seems like days, you can sit down, literally take a load off, and sink into the comfort and luxury of these overstuffed beds at the Stray Dog Inn. So as you do, sleep comes fast and hard for you this evening as you once again sink into the comfort of the overstuffed beds and a crackling fireplace in your rooms. That night, when you need it most, the comfort of sleep that coaxed you into unconscious so quickly crept away in the night, leaving you with discomforting dreams again. So, Cal, we'll start with you. You dream of the Snow Queen, a vision of sheer beauty and radiance, and as white as the cold blanket that covers the wintry woods. She stands in a small, circular clearing of trees, snow falling gently around her as a pale moonlight illuminates the scene. She gazes skyward, utterly transfixed by the falling snow. You hear words float to your ears, but do not see her lips moving. They say, "The time is coming when you must cross the river. Do not be betrayed by the calm of the surface. The current is strong beneath, and the waters run deep. If you hesitate, you will drown." As those final words reach your ears, she turns to look at you. Her lips are crimson red, a stark contrast to the otherwise white scene before you. A small trickle of blood runs from one corner of her mouth down toward her chin, and a single drop hangs suspended for an eternity before it appears to leap from her chin in its final swan song as it hits her breast. It collides quietly onto her white fur-lined winter cloak. Hassan, you dream of a vast dune stretching out before you in waves like a golden rippled ocean. The perfectly sky-blue sky hangs above the sands as if it were the only thing keeping them from suddenly floating upward and away, grain by grain, like a rain shower in reverse. The heat from the sands seems to multiply as a parade of visions appear before you, one by one like a carnival of the lost. A golden necklace bearing an obscure amulet appears before you, floating above the sands. You catch a glint of the intense sunlight reflecting off of the amulet, and it momentarily blinds you before you can comprehend its shape. As you try harder to focus, it disappears in waves like the waves of heat coming off of the dunes. Something catches your eye from your periphery. You turn to look and you see the carcass of a near-dead donkey, flies buzzing around it as it lays severely wounded and rotting away. You can heal it, but your feet are like lead and buried in the sand. You feel a sadness within you. Something else catches your eye on the opposite extreme of your periphery. You turn your head to see the image of a woman in flowing white robes, her hooded face obscured from her veil. She points to a place deep in the desert with a single hand, white as alabaster and as still as stone, protruding out from her robes. Soft words creep into your brain as you gaze at her. Not all oceans are water, not all waves flow with the tide. Beneath both of these wonders, long-forgotten secrets hide. The wind catches her veil and lifts away. The wind catches her veil and lifts away from and off of her face as it dances on the air and floats away. Her eyes pierce your soul, but you can't shift your gaze from her blood-red lips. Thorin, that night you dream of shadows moving in the dark, committing treason in a grand white hall, surrounded by red banners with gold symbols that you cannot make out. Outside the rain falls. You gaze at it absent-mindedly, and it feels like you're watching history in reverse through someone else's eyes. A shadow offers an unrecognizable figure something small that you cannot make out. The unrecognizable figure accepts it. The gold symbols on the banners turn to mercury tears. A pale fire in a ceremonial brazier turns black. An incorporeal voice says, "A token. Everything to gain and nothing to lose. For him. For you everything to lose and nothing to gain. You turn your gaze from the rain to the source of the voice, and you see the image of a powerful queen draped in white silk finery standing in the middle of a white-hot fire. Destroy that which cannot be destroyed. Reforge that which was broken. Heal that which has become sick, she says to you without moving her striking red lips.
I hate
Then-
to ruin the seriousness of the moment, but is this like Galadriel telling me to destroy the ring? Like, destroy the one thing that
I'm
cannot be
getting that
destroyed.
vibe, yeah.
And with that, each of you falls into a deep slumber and passes the evening.
What was the old king's last name again?
Delator.
Delator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, sunrise comes up, and you each awaken from your partially disturbed slumber. When dawn arises, you wake from your sleep, such as it were, and climb out of bed thinking only of the journey back to Arcadia. The smell of seared foods and baked goods reaches your noses in each of your respective rooms, reminding that you, like all other living creatures, must eat. So you make your way down to the common dining area to partake in the Stray Dog Inn's magnificent breakfast offerings. Continental breakfast. With
Oh, yeah.
danishes, clearly from Brussels.
That's it.
Sorry. So each of you meet up at the common room here, where the breakfast is being served. And the volume of patrons is fairly moderate, and joining you amongst the general crowd moving through the buffet lines or waiting tableside service are several local shop owners dining with their respective
fuck.
families this morning. A tall, lanky fellow with dark-rimmed
I'm gonna
glasses and a
hide my face. Do I have a hood that I can put on?
Yeah, you likely do. I think you did have a hooded cloak.
Great.
A tall, lanky fellow with dark-rimmed glasses and a well-trimmed mustache enters the dining room with two small children. One slightly older than the other, but no older than 10 to 13 at most. Grandpa Pratt, can I have some French toast and sausage? Grandpa Pratt, can I have some eggs and bacon? The two children excitedly ask their grandfather. He gently pats them on the shoulders and nods towards the buffet and says, "Go on ahead, but be mindful of the other guests. And don't take all the bacon," he points after them. He looks at you all and nods, and then offers a polite smile as he makes his way towards a smaller table on the far end of the dining room.
Avert my
Then-
face from him.
Then he pauses for a brief moment and looks directly at Thorin with the look of a person assessing whether or not they know or vaguely recognize the other. He shakes his head to him, shakes his head to himself like one who realizes they must have mistaken a stranger for someone else, and then moves on. So you make your way through the buffet, and you're here at the table, and probably now is a good time for you to start talking about which plans are for the next phases.
I believe that we should eat and get out of here as quickly as we can.
Well, wait a minute. We haven't had some time to just relax. We have that time now.
Dude, with everything that has happened in the past few days, I find myself rather disinclined to abandon the comforts of a stray dog so quickly.
I hate you guys. Alright, we can eat here. Yeah. Well, but I mean, we should still head out today.
Yeah, what are your plans in general? Like for the next 24 hours or so? Are you gonna?
At
Head
some
back to
point,
Arcadia?
Leave it.
Hmm?
It'd be prudent to charter the services of carriage on our journey.
Okay.
At some point before we go, I'd like to stop in anywhere that has weaponry, because
Oh
I
yeah,
want to
you
replace.
broke your
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure. There's a place in town that can help you
got
out.
your shit broke.
Excellent. I got
Yeah.
crit, and the only thing
Yeah.
that happened was my spike got broken.
Yeah, at least you didn't like get kicked in the nuts. You know?
Twice.
Crit in the nuts?
Yeah,
No, no,
twice.
he got kicked in the nuts twice, but he only got crit once. And
No, I got crit twice, and it was the same result each time.
oh
Yeah.
no, I thought you were talking about. I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about sucks ball. Never
Oh,
mind.
no, no, that was me.
Okay, well, he also got kicked to the nuts twice, but
You sure did.
Well, he deserved it, though.
you
Well, yeah.
made people kill each other or like kill themselves. Like,
He killed. Hey, I'm just saying he killed Jeffrey for not bringing the paint.
yeah, that makes sense.
Oh God.
Anyway, no one here is innocent. We all deserve to be kicked in the balls.
I think that we should finish our breakfast and leave immediately.
So as you're having this
What
conversation,
are
like
you?
several patrons at the table next to you sort of like stop mid, like they're cutting their food. They're like, and just looking at you in horror as you're having this conversation. A few of which get up and move away politely.
Official business, mind nothing of it.
Okay, but Thorin,
Anyways, I think it is time we leave.
Thorin, what is your hurry of getting out of here? Let us enjoy breakfast.
Yeah, Thorin, what is the pressure there? I wonder.
I'd like to get back to Arcadia and check on my money. Is all.
Oh, your money's fine.
On Whitehall.
So,
On the money at Whitehall.
so
Make
there
sure
are a
those
couple.
grubby little housekeepers have kept their hands off me gold.
Okay, so generally you want to like you want to make a beat out of here and head back
Yeah.
to Arcadia, but Cal definitely wants to go look for a weapon. Might not be a bad opportunity to poke around town for a little bit and sort of see about following up on some of those leads. Entirely up to you all. So you're discussing all your plans over breakfast, and eventually, as you're finishing your morning meal, your gracious host Lewis shows up and appears at your table to wish you all well on your travel back to Arcadia. And he greets you very warmly. Again, he's got it's you each consider to yourselves like how appropriately named the tavern is, because he's got that large, scruffy, overbearing, but friendly and very likable appearance of like a stray dog himself. And he says, "My friends, good morning. Evangeline sends her regrets that she could not be herself to see you off. Busy, rough night for her. But she says she's sure she'll see you again soon. And I'm sorry you're not staying longer, but Thorn, it was so good to see you again.
As
Please,
it was with you, Lewis.
as
I'm
always."
sure we'll be back soon.
And you're always welcome here, as well as you, Cal, and as well as you, Hassan. And do post word with us on your travels and welfare. I'm forever in your debt, and those who you take on as your trusted friends are likewise always welcome in our home. I have to rush off and attend to some other affairs, but I wanted to say farewell before you departed. Travel safe and well, my friends. You can check out any time you like until we meet again. And with that, he sees himself
Thank you,
off.
sir.
So Lewis takes his leave and disappears around the corner towards the front desk. You gather yourselves up, prepare to head out, just as the two children who were rushing in earlier bump squarely into you as you stand up from your chairs. One of them says, "Wow, are you real adventurers? You look like adventurers," the younger of the children exclaims to you all.
Real adventurers of a sort, but yes, real adventurers.
Neat.
More experienced than others.
Cool. And like, do you like go after bad guys and stuff? And monsters?
We
And
must.
and as they're haranguing you, their grandfather gathers them up a bit embarrassed by their carelessness, but slightly amused at their frankness as he looks at Thorin and says, Thorin, is that your name? He says, I heard the proprietor greet you. And he reaches his hand out and says, George B. Pratt, proprietor of Pratt's Wooden Curios. He says,
I do believe that we have met before. Yes.
and he looks at you again a little closer. Says, are you one of the heroes that came here some years ago when our children? And then he abruptly stops and says, when we were having the troubles. And his face twists up and involuntarily in a grimace as he delicately rephrases his question.
That would be me. Well, one of them. I cannot attribute it solely to myself. I had much help throughout that. And I'm gonna kind of like reach towards my coin pouch, fish out like I don't know, like 10, 20 gold. I'm just gonna hold it at the time, not gonna like. I'm just, like almost like I have my hand on my sword.
Sure.
I'm just gonna have like 20 gold in my hand, something like that.
Okay. So he, when you tell him that, the answer to that, he says, thank you, he says solemnly. And then he gathers, come on now, kids, and he gathers up his grandchildren, turns to walk away, and then he stops and says, oh, stop by my shop next time you're back in town. I've got some things you might like. Then he nods at you and walks briskly to catch up with his grandkids just as they're about to collide with the delivery courier who's laden with packages, struggling to get through the front doors.
Are you a real courier? Do you go delivering mail to the good guys and stuff?
Got something to deliver to you. Your eyes only.
Yeah, the fucking Skyrim couriers.
So you get, I have a message for you. So you get up from your table, settle the tip, check out when you hear someone come in the doors of the inn huffing about that confounded priest again, punctuated with a goodly deal of harumphs and whatnots, and makes your ears perk up for a moment, tickles your brains with a foggy memory of someone recently mentioning that priest in the village.
Yeah, I'll step over to him real quick and say, 1 second. Would this priest that you're talking about, and pardon me for bothering, but would this be, old Bruno?
He says, yeah, I suppose that's what he was originally known as. He says, it's nothing really, just a minor annoyance. Can't pass the bloody square without him pushing his weirdo religion on you. Half the time I tune him out, just keep moving about my business. Only once in a while does he say anything worth really listening to, and that's not very often.
Best to keep tuning him out, I'd suppose. I'll just carry on.
Okay. Are either of the other of you gonna question this patron about this priest?
No.
Okay. Alrighty. So tell me what you're gonna do.
I hate to suggest splitting the party, but cover ground. Sarah, I know you. Cal, I know you got to look for a weapon. You got to go deal with that. I would actually like to go and talk to this priest.
Likewise.
You wanna just split ways here for a bit? Meet back around the town square. Since we should be hanging around there anyways, assuming the priest stays in one spot. But how does that sound to you?
I don't know who you're asking.
Oh, you.
Me? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Because you need to go look for a weapon.
I mean, I do. I also want to like, I don't think I have this. I want to like go in and see if I can find some stationery, just parchment and I don't know, however letters are delivered. Yeah, I
Excuse
don't know
me.
if that.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So, I guess let's do the easy part first. Cal, you head out and within like I don't know 10, 20 yards or whatever, you're right there at the town square. The Stray Dog is situated pretty sweetly right on the cusp of everything that happens in town, and it's near a crossroads, so it's got a good vantage point of like all the traffic coming and going to the village. So you make your way to the square, and you may have even been given a recommendation that there's Pettit's General. It's like the anchor, one of the oldest stores here in the village, and it's really grown up and prospered over the decades here. Pettit's General Store can hook you up with some basic weaponry. Anything beyond like a common short sword or broadsword or longsword, anything exotic, you would have to have manufactured at the smithy, and that would take days or whatever. Or you could pick up something a little more exotic in the undermarket, the black market, back in Arcadia. Your streetwise sort of gives you a sense of like there probably isn't a big, underground network here, because it looks like it's a prosperous but a sleepy village, and it's a good pass through for people of all areas to come through as they're traveling. But it doesn't look like exactly like a haven for underworld dealings, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So, if that will suffice, that's where you could head. They will definitely have stationery and anything that you need as far as writing supplies and whatnot.
Um, I think, I think for the yeah, I think I'll head there. Um, but I don't think I'm gonna get anything weapon wise because I don't think I'll be able to find what I want there.
Okay.
It's not basic.
Okay.
So
Why don't you send a message to me, a private message in the Roll20 window, and let me know if it's the same thing or if it's something different. And then I can make a determination on maybe there's a rare chance, but depending on the uniqueness of the individual piece, whether or not that's feasible. And while you're doing that,
we could also use it as a bit of an excuse to go check in with the guild, see how they're doing.
where would this be? Buy up sheets, armor.
yeah, I looked that one up too.
Got it.
Yeah, it's probably not something that I'd be able to find.
Yeah, I would say that would really be difficult in this particular area, just because of its nature. You're going to find, like I said, a lot of common things. You'll find axes. They're particularly in abundance because they're multi-use tools. But as far as writing equipment, what were you looking for again now? Parchment and what else?
Parchment, I suppose, uh, yeah, probably like little blocks of wax to make wax seals.
Okay.
Ink, quills, I don't know, writing
Okay.
utensils, stuff that I can, stuff so I can send letters.
Okay. Do you want
You don't
black
think you
ink
can
or
write-
do you want like a specific colored ink?
I think I'll pick up. Can I pick up 2 vials of black ink and then a vial of What colors do you think that they would have?
Well, let's say, make it easy. We'll say they'd have like a red, a green, a blue. Yellow wouldn't really be that common, but
I will go
may
with red then.
okay. So 2 6-ounce vials of black ink, 1 6-ounce vial of red ink, a pack of 12 sheets of parchment, and do you need a quill? Pen? Crow quill pen?
I probably will because I don't think I have that in my inventory as of right now.
Okay.
Does your character know how to read and write?
You know,
Question.
yeah, no, I don't think it's something that we ever discussed. I just kind of assumed it because I read the warden's journal.
Yeah, I think we settled that
true.
earlier on because of their background or something.
I mean, I
So-
think it would make the most amount of sense that I can. I'm probably not scholarly. I just think I can.
Fair enough. Because I just asked because I know he makes us like actually learn that as a skill.
Yeah.
The evil bastard.
Okay. Okay, so anything else? Like, oh, you said sealing wax too, like a little box of wax. Okay.
Yeah. Probably 12 since I've got 12 sheets of parchment.
Let's see. Ooh, you could get a blank book. You could get a glued book or a stitched book. It's blank pages in it. Chalk, charcoal, a compass, not like a directional compass, but a compass like used for
Circle.
drafting.
Yeah.
Yep. Papyrus or papyrus, parchment, powdered pigments, protractor,
It's a whole thing.
ruler, scroll case, and bone, a scroll case made of oiled leather. Get a square, T-square, traveling writing desk. There you go. Vellum and glass files.
No, I don't think I need anything for like drawing circles or rulers or anything like that. I think it's just base stuff to write.
Okay.
So ink, parchment, sealing wax, and pen, quill.
Okay, so let me get your total here. Okay, 77 gold is your total.
Oh, it's a good thing I brought out some gold. 70, you said 77?
Yep.
Cool. I have money
So that
left
gives
over
you
in my...
that gives you like 3 like round, almost like little longer than lipstick tubes of this wax, this red wax, and they're in tubes like that you can use to melt for seals. It's a pack of 12 sheets of parchment. It's 1 6-ounce vial of red ink, 2 6-ounce vials or containers of black ink, and then a crow quill pen. And I think that was the total of it, right? So the stockist asks you, will there be anything else?
I think that's it.
Very well. Shall I wrap these for you, or are you just going to put them in your bag?
Actually, yes. Could you wrap them for me, please?
Certainly. So they'll wrap them up all neatly, and carefully so the inks don't break. They've got some, padded sort of paper they wrap them up in.
You're telling me they don't use carpet?
No, unfortunately, no. They don't use carpet. They had like a padded cloth of sorts that they wrap the inks in. And, thank you for shopping at Pettit's. And they wish you a good day.
That's all I was looking for.
All right. So eventually you'll make your way back to the tavern because I assume that's where you're heading, or you were going to go look for...
No, we were heading to the town square.
Oh,
after...
but you... Okay, but I thought the party split up because Hassan and Gryphon were going to see the priest, or to seek out the priest, while you were going to do your shopping.
Yeah, but no, I'm pretty sure our agreed upon
meeting spot.
You're going to meet... Okay, got it. You're going to meet back at the square. Okay. All right. So you'll head back towards the square. In the meantime, Gryphon and Hassan... let me see if I thought I had... Yeah, I do. Okay. Let me pull this map up. Let's see how this looks. Okay. So, it's not 100% representational of the village, but, and Jeff's character's still out there. But, it'll give you an idea of sort of like the village and the various shops and whatnot. And, the large inn would be like the Stray Dog Inn right off of the square, and all the various other anchor shops are built right around the town square. They were the early shops that were there. And then everything else that's built up around it has come at a later time. So you make your way back towards the square from Pettit's, and then like the church would be here, the Church of the Old Bell, and usually Bruno, or A.S. Fox as he calls himself, is like found around the town square itself. So Hassan and Thorin, you find yourselves soon approaching a voice that's calling out to no one in particular. Behold the charitable healing powers of my great deity Belial. Behold! I was viciously wounded by a foul demon spawn of a creature right here in Fallshire, and one of his priests came to my aid to heal me fully, within 24 hours. Behold the powers of the almighty Belial. And the man, who looks somewhat on the feral wild side, stands alone just off the square but maintains a respectful distance from the Old Bell Church as he proselytizes to the uncaring, inattentive crowds of people going to and fro. Greetings, strangers. Do you have a few minutes to learn about my Lord and Savior Belial? The priest asks you with a genuine look of peace on his face.
It's Fox, I take it?
I am called A.S. Fox, priest of Belial. Most local folks know me as Bruno Hayward.
Bruno Hayward.
Indeed.
I do believe we've met before.
And who do I have the pleasure of being in the company of?
Well, this is my companion Hassan, who I do not believe you know, and I should quite in fact be a little worried if you did. But my name is Thorin Greyflame. If you do remember, I was here some 10 years ago, around less pleasant times with things happening in the village. And I do believe, as you have mentioned yourself, that you knew one of my former traveling companions at the time, a preacher.
Yeah, and I can't remember his name, but I assume you mentioned his name.
I can't remember his fucking name either, but yeah, I mentioned it.
Okay. And you see the lights start to slowly come on as he stands there and he looks at you and he says, I remember falling. Sorry. Yeah. He says, I do believe I recall you, Thorin. You were here during the great unrest.
Yes.
You were here to investigate. Well, and you see clearly he's having a hard time articulating that.
It was not the most pleasant time, to be sure. Yes.
So he says, like you see his countenance change towards you and Hassan, and I take it you're not like you don't have hands on your weapons and you're just being
No.
open and honest with them. Okay.
No hands on my weapons. My weapon is drawn. I'm just kidding. I'm entirely kidding.
So he says, you know, yeah, I do remember you. I do, and I do remember your friend. Your friend healed me. He saved me
I
from
remember
the, you know, and he shows you, and he pulls his robes to the side, and you see like these four massive, like deep, which as he shows you these claw marks in his chest, which have healed, by the way, magically, but you know they're still visible. You feel a slight tingle on your chest where your demon scars are, Thorin.
I'll kind of pat my chest and say, I know your pain. I've a couple scars of my own like that.
So, do you, you know, like tell me what you're doing. Tell me how you're doing it with this priest.
Say, do you have a minute to talk? Somewhere, somewhere less cold than here.
He says, "Why, you know, yes, of course." He said, "Well, you know, I'm a little embarrassed. This is my hovel is somewhat modest, you know, but you're more than welcome to come and, you know, share the fire, you know, and I can round up something to
There's
drink."
no worry. At least you have a hovel. For us, we've spent most of our days recently just living on the road. So,
He said, "Oh, well, then let us away," you know, and so he leads you towards like Cotter's End, which is where the cotters are that tend to the fields, and a lot of the farm hands and whatnot, and you make your way there, and it's all coming back to you now, like it all seems familiar to you, standing on his threshold of his door, when you were sent here by the priest at the church because Bruno was one of the people who was affected and deeply impacted by the horrible atrocities that happened here because his daughter went missing. So he welcomes you into his home, and it is rather modest. It's yes.
hold on. Did we find his daughter? Did we bring her back? Or
Yes and yes. But it was not a happy affair.
okay.
So
I was
unfortunately,
just trying to figure out whether or not I should ask, like, how's your daughter doing? But if it's on the other end, then I don't think I'll bring that up.
yeah. It comes back to you slowly like a recurring dream that changes slightly throughout the years, but you do remember that unfortunately Bruno was one of the lesser fortunate villagers who had a child who did not return from that asylum, and that whole thing that went on there. So Hassan, this is interesting to you because this is the first time you've heard a lot of this stuff, and basically, you know, you learn that a little over 10 years ago or so, there were. It started with children in the village were missing. They would turn up missing like, you know, one or two a week, and it got to be a real concern because it was happening pretty regularly. And then it was people who were a little bit older, who didn't really seem to have a reason to disappear. Just, you know, like young couples would disappear, individuals would disappear, and as it turns out, on the outskirts of the village it was this defunct sanatorium, and it was shut down at one point as a sanatorium for reasons that a lot of the villagers don't talk about. And then shortly thereafter, it rebranded itself and was reopened as an orphanage. And so it was like
that's
the
not at
perfect.
all suspicious.
So it was like the perfect storm of like, you know, two things you don't want to mix together. And as it turned out, there was this necromancer. He was a vivisectionist who had taken up residence in this abandoned building after the orphanage had shut down. And he was doing experimentation on villagers with grafting and raising the dead and all kinds of unfun stuff. So this was one of the original adventures that Thorne and company went out to investigate, and that's how they became to be pretty close to several of the villagers here. So as
That one was actually, I think that was a Halloween one-shot that we did.
it was a Halloween one-shot. That was with Steve Vigg, too. And Joe Alfano, and I can't remember if Chris played in it or if it was Chris and Chris's brother Aaron. They may have played at the game store. Anyway, I don't want to bore Hassan. I don't want to bore Cal. So, eventually, you know, you question Bruno about like what has he been doing all this time, and he seems a sad case, really, like all around. Like he's just not having it. Like, he reveals to you that like basically, you know, he made a pact with your former traveling companion, the priest of Belial, that if he made a pledge to Belial, you know, he would be healed of his wounds, which were pretty grave and pretty infected, in return for becoming a convert to the followers of Belial. And he did so willingly because he had also hoped at the time that his daughter would be returned. But the priest who healed Bruno never returned to oversee his new convert or share what it actually meant to be a priest of Belial. And therefore, Bruno really has no clue what Belial represents. And all he knows is that allegedly through this priest, Belial healed him, hence his utter devotion to a deity he knows nothing about. And to make matters worse, Bruno doesn't really have a congregation. Most locals believe him to be troubled deeply mentally by the loss of his daughter, hence his obsession with trying to convert others in the hopes of doing good deeds for his deity. Likewise, with a non-existent congregation, he has no church, no temple, or even a shrine that can be publicly accessed, other than a little small shrine he has here in his home that you see on his mantle.
I don't think we should be the people to break it to him as to what the whole cult of Belial is really like.
Well,
I don't want to do that to him.
You know, so it's revealed like through careful questioning between you and Hassan, like he doesn't even really know what Belial represents. So it may be incumbent upon you to share that just so he knows. He's been brutally honest with you.
Nice word.
Yeah, but like at this point,
Yeah.
you know, so it's on. I'll leave it up to you two. I'll leave it up to you individually how you want to handle this. How you think what you think would be the best for his soul, you know, through this whole thing. He sort of realizes anyway.
Brutally honest. Oh God, I hate that. Brutally honest.
No, I said brutally, not brutally. Oh, brutally honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wah, wah. So anyway, you kind of see his thought process unfolding in front of you as you have this conversation, and he's a simple man, like not necessarily like a dullard, but just he's a commoner, and you know, he lost his daughter, and he put his Yeah, exactly. Misguided. He put his faith in something that he didn't really understand because of a boon that was given to him. And, he sort of realizes, and he sort of confesses, he realizes that his efforts, to pursue this whole thing are in vain. Um, and they haven't really paid off, and he doesn't really feel like he's done any good. So maybe he still has a chance with the Harvest Church. He still wants to do good, he tells you. And, you
Is
know,
the Harvest Church, is that the Order of Light?
no, but they're like, sort of like they're
Lesser
one
side
of
of the
the
Order of
they're
Light?
one of the that's the church, the old Bell Church,
Yeah.
with the priest that you spoke to previously, I believe. They're considered like a different sect, different order, but they're good. They're a good, good sect, good religion, good whatever. Their deities are like, they have several that they worship, and I can give you details on that later on. So, what do you guys think? Do you want to break it to him gently, or
Yeah. I think that's the best way to go about it.
Hassan?
Um,
You're good with words. Why don't you use your theology and your oratory, and you know cat got your tongue. I said cat got your tongue.
Yeah, I'm thinking of how to start this. Now, I I understand how you feel. I myself am a man of faith, but there is there are many things that I have learned in my years pursuing knowledge, but one of the most important is that the individual practitioners of any faith may represent wholly different things, and whether this is genuine or not is difficult to say, but they can seem to embody very different values than those of their God. And sometimes this is simply a matter of their own personal touch to their faith. In some ways, it is uh, flat out. In some cases, it is because they are not anywhere near as devout as they claim to be. And in some cases, who can say?
and in
But what
some,
matters
just don't know.
far more than the values of one's deity are the values of one's own heart. And from what I have seen and heard in speaking to you, you seem a very good man. You want the best for your people. You want to repay a debt that you feel you owe from your life being saved. You seem an honorable man. And that is why it does pain me to see that you are clearly unaware of the finer points of the more organized religion of Belial. And to that regard, I think I must admit I myself am not thoroughly acquainted with them, especially not in comparison to Master Greyflame. So I would let you continue from here. But remember that, my friend.
Oh my god, you straight up got the finger.
First off, out of game. Really, really lovely speech. Nice way to shove it all onto me. It's fine. It's totally
It
fine.
was it was
Um,
the grand setup. And
yeah.
here's the pitch.
I'll kind of like shift and face more towards Bruno. And I'll say, look, Bruno, I can't pretend that we've kept up with each other over these years, but I met you in Fallshire here 10 years ago, and you were a good man then, and you still seem like a good man now. And what my companion here says is true. Your heart is in a good place, and I that place does not lie with Belial. The followers of Belial on a more organized scale is, and I'm sorry to have to put it this way, but there is really no better way of putting it. They're a bit of a cult. They, there are, within the various different religions and the things that have happened throughout history, there have been more benevolent deities and more malevolent ones, and Belial, more often than not, has fallen into the latter ones. The
What what are you saying, Thorin? My gut is pulling at me, telling me this is not good. But I'm a simple man. There are a lot of words here I don't understand. What is it that you're trying to say about
my
this deity?
my former traveling companion, um, and I'm just assuming that whenever I say my former traveling companion, I'm just referring to him by name,
Sure.
which I can't remember. My former traveling companion did what he sought out to do, and that was to convert more people to the belief of Belial. However, what he failed to do was to, and I'm sure you can attest to this, was to stick around and show you what show you the more finer points of what the cult of Belial is truly about.
What?
And
Well, what is that?
Belial
Surely,
is,
surely
well,
he's got to be a caring deity. His 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 servant healed me. Granted, my daughter wasn't be able to return, rest her soul, but I was healed.
rest your soul indeed. Their religion is never black and white. He had healed you, yes, that is undeniable, and a very good thing, in fact. However, Belial as a deity and the cult of Belial, as well as healing people, they tend to summon forth beings that often cause the type of wounds that you were inflicted with, of a more demonic nature.
What are you saying, Thorin? He's an evil deity?
It depends on your point.
You can speak openly, speak plainly.
It depends on your point of view. Truly, it does. But most people would agree that he tends to be, if not evil, then, well, then not always morally right. He, have you heard of the Great War Below?
He says, well, yes, most people have heard of that. It's part of our history.
There were, as I'm sure you know, the two sides that had fought in there. The side of angels and what became to be the Church of Light, and the forces of the dark. Belial was Belial is a larger name in the forces of the dark. And in fact, when such things tend to be discussed, when darker rituals take place, Belial is a name often mentioned, quite in reverence.
And so Bruno looks genuinely shocked, like a man who has just been awakened from a long, long sleep and just learned that everything he believed in is false. And everything he believed up to this point about this deity being benevolent and all caring was just a lie. And
Real quick, can I do a theology thing? And do I know the name of the deity or of a couple of the main deities that are worshipped at the Old Bell Church or of the Harvest?
yeah, you'd be familiar with that.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I don't have my list, my
No,
pantheon
it's
available,
fine.
but
It's fine. I'll kind of I'll like rest my hand on his shoulder, very kind of
yeah,
like hey, I'm here. And
yeah,
I'll
sure.
say I can see this has troubled you deeply, and I cannot sorry, and I cannot blame you. But that does not change
Excuse
the
me.
fact that your heart was in the right place this whole time. You preached about things you truly did care about healing people, about protecting them, about caring for the people of Fallshire. And even if those cares did not fall into the right place as Belial, you still cared about them, and that's what mattered. If you are still a man of the faith, of any faith, might I point you to the Old Bell Church, and I'll list off like one or two of the deities there and kind of like what they stand for, and say like, here, this is go talk to Father. I cannot remember his fucking name. I'm sorry. I'm drawing a blank on like every name tonight.
It's
But
okay. It's
I'll
Father Eustace Moravian.
okay. I'll say go talk to Father Moravian. Tell him that I sent you, and truly he can show you where your cares lied. And do not forget, there is always hope.
And so you see tears come forth from Bruno's eyes, like a man who's just been, again, beaten down with the truth, but realizes that it's not necessarily a bad thing, that it's probably for the best that he knows now, he learns now, and he learns from somebody who he respects and trusts and is familiar with, rather than like learning it secondhand or being
Yeah.
accused of being, because a lot of people that are
Yeah.
coming to and fro in the village may or may not be familiar with Belial, because remember that cult was driven on a long time ago. So he rips at the robes that he's wearing. He like pulls them, rips them right off his torso, and says, I renounce everything that I've done, everything that I believe in, everything that I've committed myself to in the name of Belial. I renounce all of it. He says it'll all burn. He says I'll burn all this in my fire, in my hearth, until it's ash, and then I'll scatter the ashes. He says, and I appreciate the guidance that you've offered here, and I appreciate, Hassan, your candor and the background that you've given me. He says, I I do, yes, I do want to do good for the people. I do want to pledge myself
As do
to
we all.
service, and he says, and I will see Father Moravian and beg him, to take me in to the church, and hope that he will find mercy on me and for the error of my ways, for I did not understand until you enlightened me, and for that I
I'm
will again
sure he
be
will.
eternally grateful.
Father Moravian has a caring heart. I'm sure that he would accept you. He
So,
like you, he like you cares deeply about the people in Fallshire, and seeing as you have good in your heart, he would not turn you away.
As I said, you have not acted out of any ill will. You you have done good things, and you believe in good things. You simply you believed them for what you did not know to be the wrong reasons. I myself once found a time in my life where I too found the reasons of my belief to be tested. And it truly, this will be a very difficult time for you. I have no doubt. I can see how deeply this has affected you, but know that it is a necessary period of suffering that will give way to a greater purpose than you ever could have found before.
so again, it's clear that like he deeply appreciates everything that you and Thorin have shared with him, but is clearly filled with a deep, heart wrenching sorrow. It's difficult for both of you to look upon this man, a now twice broken man, once for the loss of his daughter, and once for the loss of everything that he believed, But he does understand that he did have good intentions. So,
What day is it?
what day is it of the week?
Yeah, like when did what yeah, what day is it? Saturday?
Well, it's a day. It's a day after you left the tower. I put an arbitrary date on there. I could pull up the game calendar and take a look at what it was.
Sure.
If you wanna, if you all, and then we should think about wrapping it up because it's about quarter after midnight, and
Oh
there were a
my
couple
God, it
other
is, yeah.
things, and
Yeah,
I did
and
not even realize that.
and poor
I got two
Cal.
things real quick that I have to do after this.
Okay,
They
and then
won't take
poor
5 minutes.
Cal is like waiting back in the town square, like
Yeah.
anytime y'all are ready, get your lazy
I
asses
mean,
over here.
odds are I've set up shop. I've set up like a small area where I'm just like swindling people, so I'm
It's
having fun.
Back at it
it's
again.
it's funny you say that because
Hey, look, it's not swindling people. It is
Providing cover.
reappropriating
unknowingly
funds for the good
collecting.
of the crown.
Yes, exactly.
I was told to just continue my life as normal. I'm doing
Hmm.
so.
Okay.
Exactly.
Let me see if I can find this. Now, see, here's where I'm at a disadvantage because we're doing this all via Roll20, and all my super cool custom handmade handouts and templates, they're all for the tabletop game. And so now I've got to try to figure out where did I put the adventure calendar, which is a generic calendar that breaks down the months of the year. Here we are. So Well, let's see. Okay. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. It would be a Tuesday.
Okay, that works. I'm assuming
Why
we're
does it
getting
matter
ready.
what day of the week it is? Out of
Yeah,
curiosity?
I'm curious about that
I
too.
was gonna tell him to stop in. I'm assuming they hold some sort of like service on the weekends at the church, and I was gonna tell him to stop in if it was like a Saturday, or like tell him to stop in the next day, you know. But
Sure.
if it's the middle of the week, I mean, he can still stop in. But
He
I
can.
figured maybe he
He.
shows up.
Yeah, he could still go see Father
Well,
Moravian.
I mean, he can
Father.
still go see him, but I was gonna suggest like maybe show up tomorrow if they're doing like a service or whatever.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
I
I
get
mean,
it.
hypothetically, if this is
That's true. That's true.
like sort of based off of, well, I don't even know what it's based off of, but like a lot of places do Sunday services and also Wednesday services.
Oh,
So
yeah. I don't go to church.
Unless you're Catholic, then there's like the Saturday service, there's the midnight service, there's the Monday mass, they do all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah. So he could go in
So,
anytime
okay.
and speak to Father
Yeah.
Moravian, which he may
I'll
want to
say,
do one-on-one, apart
yeah,
from
yeah.
a larger
That's
crowd of
true.
people.
That's true. I'll
Um,
tell him. I'm assuming we're gonna get ready to take our leave here, Hassan and I. But
yeah, because
I'll kind of tell him like, you look, you look understandably tired, Bruno. Take a short rest. Later tonight, if you feel like you have the energy, stop by the stray dog, drink a bit, kind of socialize, if you will, and go see Father Moravian in the morning.
so he tells you, I can't thank you enough, Thorin and Hassan, and particularly Thorin for what you did all those years ago in this godforsaken place.
Of
Even though I
course.
lost my precious little girl, you had the courage to go out there and try to find her and the others, and for that I am still forever in your debt. This whole Belial thing turned into total shite. All these years wasted calling on a god who never answered, all for a priest who never came back to guide me. I guess I guess the best thing I got out of it was to be healed. So there's that. And
Aye,
with that,
that's not a small thing.
he tosses his robes into the fire that he has going in his small hovel.
All right.
He's like, I'm getting naked.
Well, I'm
No,
sure he's got
no
on
odd time to get
some
naked.
underbreeches or something. Like it's not like he's got his Johnson
Yeah.
swinging out there for you to behold,
well,
stick,
I don't know if you're
My
stripping down to
sword.
your
behold, log.
still stripping down to your underwear in front of people you barely know is still kind of weird. Just a little suspicious.
God is dead. Time to get naked. There you go. So he says, I have so
um,
much good I want to do for the people of the village. I will seek out Father Moravian at the Old Bell and see if I can serve under his gods. Likely send me to San Mateo is what he'll do. Screw Belial. Never really knew anything about him anyway.
I'll give him a really light like punch on the shoulder, and I'll say, just make sure to throw something else on before you go see Father Moravian.
And he laughs and he says, I'll do that, indeed, Thorin. I will do that. And he stands up and he like hugs Hassan in a great big bear hug, standing there in his underbreeches and all. And, turns and hugs you, Thorin, and thanks you again. And, you say your goodbyes, and, he says, perhaps we'll see you again in the near future, next time you're in Fallshire. And so this is probably a good place to stop for now.
Wait,
we still
I
have. Okay, go ahead.
I did have two real quick things that I want to do. I'll kind of like nudge Hassan and tell him, go meet Cal in the town square if they're there. I'll be just a second here. First thing, run into the stray dog. Gonna leave some coins up there, and I'll tell him, tell Lewis that if AS Vox or if Bruno Hayward stops in, the first round is on the house. And then I will run over to. I want to run to the church, and I want to just give Father Moravian a bit of a heads up.
Okay.
Like, hey, Bruno is coming in. Talk to him. Will you take him in? Treat him
Okay.
well.
Okay. Yeah. So he says, of course, Thorin, anything that you feel, if you feel the man is worthy. He says, I have a feeling there's more of a backstory there that I'm about to learn about.
You can say that.
And so yeah, I'm not trying to give you all the bum rush out of here, but I know it's getting late on. And I appreciate everybody hanging in there. So we'll get to the fun part next because Cal is indeed still in the square, and it was really funny that you said what you said about like, oh, I'm just gonna set up shop and start to swindle or talk to people or whatever, because there was a thing that I rolled for that did happen, and I'm very curious to see how this turns out. So, like we do every session, again, first and foremost, thank you all so much for playing. It's a pleasure to me to be able to run this game for you. I have so much fun, and I learned so much about not only each of you as individuals, but as players, and about myself and my limitations and like where I can go with this creativity. So thank you for being a part of it. Sarah and Gryphon and my partner in crime, Deacon, the co-host of the Black Dragon Tavern.
I would also like to thank you for putting together a campaign that hasn't fallen apart in like 2 sessions. It's very impressive.
It's, we got good people who are committed to it, and that makes it a lot easier. So there's that. And for those of you who happen to be lurking out there and tuning in and just have us running in the background, thank you for dropping in future. If you want to drop in the chat and say hi or ask questions, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, if you just want to vibe and get your lurk on, we love that too. Hit that follow button while you're here if you enjoy this. We run Dante's game every other Friday from 8 p.m. Central to midnight. And it's the 4 of us that take part in it. And if you want to see what's happened up to this point, you're more than welcome to go to our VODs on our Twitch homepage, look up the past episodes, and come up to speed. We're at session 7 now. And the plan is to do this every 2 weeks for as long as everybody's willing to play. There's a part of a larger story arc that's unfolding. And then in between times, Deacon and I stream, and we do everything from painting models to kit bashing to playing board games, card games, you name it. And we have the pleasure of being joined every now and then by Gryphon and Sarah, who also take part in the tabletop games as well. So that's super exciting. Check out, I'm going to drop some socials here so you can check us out on Instagram. You can get on our Discord server. We've got a YouTube, I almost said Yoo-hoo. It's from a series I was watching, Atlanta. Yoo-hoo. Anyway, we have a YouTube account, but the URL is a hot mess, so get the link off of our About page here. What else, Deacon? Anything else before we wrap up for the night? Oh!
No,
we need to do the highlights and lowlights. Everybody still got enough energy for that?
Yeah.
Can I bug y'all? All right. We could do lightning rounds if you want. We can zip through it. So we're going to go immediately to my left shoulder to Deacon. Give me a highlight and a low light.
We're starting with me.
Yeah. I was looking at the overlay trying to figure out what my left from my right was.
Highlight, low light. Highlight, low light. Low light, fuck you. That was like 120,000 worth of gold in those chests, and we only got 30,000. I feel scammed, personally. I did the math, okay? And it wasn't all gold pieces either. There were gems and things. Someday the kingdom will be toppled, and when it does, I will get those 4 chests. But until then, a highlight was highlight. I got 2 that I just thought of. First highlight is getting
any sort of progress really on the whole, like, what the fuck is happening with the book and also what the fuck is happening with Veilloom. Kind of cool to have that going on. Always like that. Highlight number the second is being back in Fallshire, getting to run around, talk to people, see people that we haven't seen in a while. I am debating on whether or not I want to pay back the carpenter. I don't know if
Do
I
you owe
will.
that guy money? Is that why you were so anxious?
Well, it's not necessarily that I owe him money. It's more along the lines of
It's a guilt
when we
payment.
were here, 10 or so years ago, allegedly, somebody in the party may have allegedly stolen a whole bunch of wooden trinkets that the carpenter may have allegedly made.
Somebody was a kleptomaniac, is what he's trying to say.
Allegedly.
Right.
I knew there was a reason
So-
you got those coins out of your pouch. I was just waiting
Yeah.
for it. I'm like over here laughing. Okay.
So that would be my highlights and lowlights.
All right. Perfect. Thank you. Hassan.
I think highlight would definitely be that there's a lot of story advancement and driven like character decisions, and that was really fun. Sorry.
I'm
Well,
with
tired,
you.
but
I did that a couple times in the last hour.
I
Yawning.
always like an opportunity to explore deeper into my character and what all they would do in more complicated situations like this. Low light. Honestly, I think a low light is something that I've accidentally built into my own character, that Hassan's attitude towards the money is considerably... He's definitely thinks that the 10,000 he got is way more money than he needed to get from all that. But me as a player...
You have two people here who would be willing to lift that heavy burden off of Hassan's heart.
Shut up. But me as a player, I'm like, yes, acquire all the money, loot all the things. But that is so not what Hassan would do. And
yeah, the night that you were out, we were having him loot chests for you, so you could at least get something out of this, so you didn't leave empty-handed.
That's true. We didn't tell you about that. Like we.
I did.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I ran your character, I had you checking rooms and looting chests and whatnot. So.
Because obviously none of us at the time knew that we were going to be getting that like 30 grand at the end of it. So we figured, we didn't want you leaving empty-handed, even if it's maybe not some of the character we wanted.
And I've got something to say about that, but I'll wait till after we get to Sarah. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Nah.
Okay. Okay, Sarah.
Hey.
Cal.
Cool. I'm gonna check back at my notes really quick. I'm gonna start with low. I like starting with lowlights so I can end on like a high note.
Sure.
I think a low light for me, it was just a personal one. There were some choices I could have made, and I think it would have been interesting, but I didn't, and I kind of regret not doing it. But I also think that maybe in the future there'll be some opportunity to sort of reconcile that with myself. So that's my low light.
Could recognize that.
I think some highlights for me. I like being back in a place where my skills can come in handy. I'm really not a good person, good character when it comes to fighting. I'm more of use with crowds and people.
You're not a dungeon person.
So I like being in a place where I can use my skills, um, and hopefully not mess them up. Um, I feel like there's some good setup, there's some intrigue that I think is gonna be fun to explore. Um, I want to know more about Evangeline. Something tells me
Yes.
something so, something
Hey,
tells me
look,
she's
it's gonna be a while because I've been wondering about her since the last party that encountered her, and that was like 4 years ago.
I I I have some ideas about what her whole deal might be, but obviously they're ideas, they're theories, um, and probably
It's
not
just a
accurate.
Don't say. Don't.
Um,
Well, I'll tell you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just so excited. I've got to. So my apologies in advance. But I am super happy to have you as a player because this is the level of engagement and thinking that I want all the players to exercise and execute. I
Oh,
love
so
the
we're not
way.
thinky enough for you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just
I,
saying
I
like
know. I
you
know.
could amp it
I'm
up
only knowing.
a little more. But like, I love that Sarah listens and jots these details down and goes, "Hey, wait a minute. We heard this, or I connected this to this. That makes sense." Because again, I know I sound like I'm repeating myself, but everything you need to know is there. I put it out there for you in the form of flavor text or dialogue or descriptions. So, it does require like a level of attention beyond a normal D&D game because I've been told over the years that, by many players, like, it's not just going to be all hack and slash, is it? And it's like, no. And I'm glad you asked that because I again, we talked about this. I try to balance it with just enough hack and slash, but encounters don't always have to be hack and slash. It could be the kids who bump into you. Hey, are you real adventurers? You never know what direction that's going to go. But I love, Sarah, I love that you're paying attention and putting this stuff together, and I am just dying to know what your theories are on Evangeline. I'm not going to tell any of you anything out of game. It'll unfold in game, but I would just like I'm chomping at the bit to know what that is, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the lowlights and the highlights.
oh, one more thing. While you were explaining the Encyclopedia Demonica, I was just thinking that it sounded a lot like Gravity Falls, just like the three journals coming together to make a portal where unspeakable horrors can come through and start the end of the world. That's Gravity Falls. That's
It,
what that is.
it is.
That's
Well,
really
Gravity
funny
Falls
because
supposed to be then.
I'm not familiar with that at all. Like, is it a game, a movie, or?
It's a TV show.
A kid
Yeah.
show, yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Um
the theory of the three. How old is that? Do you know?
Uh,
it's like
Early
2010s
2010s.
TV,
Okay, so 12 years ago.
something like that.
Yeah, it's 2022, so 2010, so 12 years ago. So the Encyclopedia Demonica goes back to the early 1990s with the old Michigan Gaming Group, and then I brought it forward into my game story arc. So we're talking like 91, 92. And then when I put it together, when I started running before I left Michigan, I started running games for the old group, would have been about 1996. And that's when I married the idea of like these three volumes of the Encyclopedia Demonica, and the only way to destroy them is get them together. But at the same time, once they get together, it opens up this portal. So that's kind of interesting. Makes me wonder who got my notes. I know it's probably not
Yeah,
the
Hey
case,
man,
but
weirder shit's happened. You've had parts of your game wind up in the official D&D stuff, you know?
this is true in the fifth edition, thanks to a buddy of mine. But that's a whole other story. Well, thank you all. Thank you all for the highlights and lowlights. Mine, real quickly, were as far as lowlights go. It was not really game related. It was more like stream related. I wish we had some more viewers. We were picking up a little bit of numbers there. I don't know what the total number was. I haven't looked at the metrics yet, but
Wasn't bad, honestly.
it was a low light for me just because the complimentary side, the other side to it, is the highlight for me. Is I'm really super happy watching you all grow as players. There were a lot of things that happened in this game where people were figuring things out and putting the dots together, and I can't tell you as a DM how happy that makes me. And I, again, try to be really consciously aware of keeping people involved. That's why I was getting like, oh my god, you guys got Sarah sitting in the town square. You know, you got to get them in here. You got to get them in the story somehow. And then they were like, oh, we want to tell Bruno this, and we want to, which I thought was really heart touching, you know, and heart wrenching at the same time because he is a tragic character. So, low light, again, not so much game related, but more stream related. I wish we could get those numbers up there because I think we're starting to really gel. I think we have a good thing going. Highlights for me, again, like I said, was watching you all grow and think and put this stuff together. It's hard to get a good group of players together that all the personalities meld and everybody gets along and it doesn't get weird. And I think we got something good here. So I look forward to continuing gameplay with you all. And on that note, I think what we're going to do is, let me take a real quick peek here. See if we want to raid somebody. I know we don't have a ton of people watching. We got 3 people in the crowd, but maybe it might be worth a little raid. Pay some of that love back to some of the folks who have helped us out.
And this time, I believe we are raiding. Oh, it's not live. We can't do it.
So we got Wanderlust.
Oh,
He's
he
got
is live. Yeah,
he's got 11 viewers. He's playing Chivalry 2. There's Derailed Games playing Elden Ring. Oh, Mr. Whiskas is live.
Yeah. I was gonna say though, did we ever? Because if you remember, we streamed a while back and we were having issues getting the raid to work. But I just used the guide the raid. Did we ever do that? Because if not, then there's still a guide the raid pending for Wanderlust channel.
I don't know if it actually ever went through, but I'm happy. I'm happy with going with Wanderlust.
Okay.
Bring some folks over there. So, thank you everybody for tuning in. It looks like we got 2 more viewers up here right at the end, just as we're getting ready to go over. We're gonna raid a fellow streamer called Wanderlust RPG. Please give him a shout out, give him a follow. Fantastic individual who's been really supportive of our channel.
Great.
Once again, we are the Black Dragon Tavern. I'm your host, Dante. And apparently, Cat got Deacon's tongue. I don't know what happened there, but he dropped. Oh, it looks like he dropped. Yeah, maybe he dropped out of. At least in my Discord, he dropped out. There we go.
Yeah. Back now, though.
Okay, you're back.
I'm alive.
Excellent. So, and then we have our guests. Hassan is the character, and the individual playing Hassan is Gryphon. So, thanks again, Gryphon, and thank you, Sarah, for sitting in and playing Cal.
Thank you both so much.
Love to have you both here. Check us out Fridays and Saturdays. We do this game every other Friday. Get our schedule on the About page, and give me a second here, and we will do a raid. And if I'm not mistaken,
we just lost 3 viewers.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, you know
we just
what?
lost another one.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe we won't do that. So, I don't know. The stream seems to be buffering too.
We'll save the raid.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, but what's weird is like we're pushing 6,300 KB per second. So, and we're at 60 FPS.
Twitch.
Yeah.
Could just be Twitch, man.
Could be. Yep. So yeah,
Either
we're down to 1 viewer, but We appreciate that, viewer. It's a shame because it still says 5 on the stream, but we'll take it. Yeah, we got 5
Oh
viewers.
God,
Ghost
you
viewers.
know what? I think that one viewer may be me since I have it open on my phone.
That's hilarious, or it could be me. But either way, we'll save the raid for another time. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Have a good
Thank you
night.
so much.
And I appreciate all that you do for the game. Thanks. Good night.
And we'll see you tomorrow.